What if you could look at a business problem, ask a question in plain English, and quickly turn it into SQL query that gives you the exact data you need? That is the real power of combining SQL with generative AI. Hey everyone, welcome to this course on Gen AI powered SQL for business analyst. Today, businesses run on data. Every sales report, customer trend, marketing campaign, financial dashboard, operational decision depends on one thing: the ability to access the right data at the right time. And that is where SQL becomes one of the most valuable skills for a business analyst. But many professionals struggle with SQL because writing queries can feel technical, confusing, or time consuming. Now, that is exactly why this course is so useful. It is designed to help you understand SQL from a business analyst perspective while also showing you how generative AI can make the process faster, easier, and smarter for you. This course, you will be learning how databases are structured, tables connect with each other, how to write SQL queries for real business use cases, and how to use important concepts like filtering, grouping, joins, string functions, data functions, and window functions. So this is not just about learning commands, it is also about learning how to ask better business questions, retrieve meaningful data, and turn that data into insights that support smarter decisions. So let's look at the agenda now. First, we'll understand the basics of databases, DBMS, relational databases, and why these concepts matter for business analysts. Next, we will explore database design concepts like entities, attributes, relationship, primary keys, foreign keys, and many more. After that, we'll also move into the core SQL commands like creating databases and tables, inserting data, writing queries to retrieve useful information. After that, we'll look at practical SQL techniques like string functions, data functions, pattern matching, grouping, and many more. Then we will explore more advanced concepts like aggregate function, having clauses, and window functions to solve real-world analytical problems. And finally, we will see how generative AI can assist business analysts in writing SQL, understanding logic, and working more efficiently with data. Also, if you are interested in boosting your career in business analysis, do not forget to check out our AI-powered business analyst course. This course is perfect for professionals who are looking to enhance their skills with the latest tools like Power BI, Excel, SQL, all while gaining hands-on experience with real-world projects. You will be learning how to leverage generative AI for smarter, faster decision making. Now, our program is IIBA Babcock V3 aligned, and it will help you prepare for certifications like CBAP, CCBA, where you will engage with 10 plus industry projects, 40 plus practical activities, and benefit from live online sessions led by experts. Plus, with Simplilearn's Job Assist program, you'll get the support you need to know to land your next big role. So before we get started, here's a quick quiz question for you. What is the main benefit of using SQL for business analysts? It helps design mobile apps. It helps store, retrieve, and analyze business data. It helps edit videos faster, or it helps create logos. Let me know your answers in the comment section below.
So data is nothing but a raw, unprocessed fact. So data can be anything. So let's say if I tell you about my profile, where I've worked, what I have done in last 15 years in my professional life, about my personal things. So that is again data. So data is what? Data is raw and unprocessed fact that on their own may not have much of the meaning. So basically, data is, as I told you, so if I give you one file with a lot of student details, for example, this is what? This is data. So this is unprocessed, this is raw. So it doesn't have much value. Yeah, it doesn't have much value. So what we do is we process the data. Now this is usually done by the data engineers. So the data is processed and organized in a way that it becomes information. So data is in a very raw form with not much of value, with not much of meaning. And the data is converted, it is processed to make it information. So information is basically the processed one. So moving ahead, now see, you've got a lot of data, just like, let's say, if I talk about, okay, so I'll give you one example, one analogy. So let's say that you've got a lot of clothes. Yeah, you've got a lot of clothes. Like, ignore my drawing. Yeah, you've got a lot of clothes. Whatever it is, yeah. You've got a lot of clothes. So now you've got clothes, that's fine. But where are you going to store your clothes? Definitely, we store our clothes somewhere, right? So we store the clothes in the cabinets and almirah, whatever you say. Yeah. So we store the clothes in the cabinets and almirahs. So here also, when you have a lot of data, data needs to be stored somewhere, especially the process data. So that needs to be stored somewhere. So just like you are storing the clothes in almirahs, in your wardrobes, in the same way, the data is stored in the database. So database is nothing but it is a structure which can store the data, and definitely store the data digitally or electronically. Because see, when I talk about the wardrobes, you have the wardrobes at your home. So you get to see the physical wardrobe, but here in the computer world, everything is digital, right? So database is, think of it as a folder. So on your machines, why do you create a folder? So that you can save your data in it, right? You can save your files in it. So here also we create the database in order to store the data, in order to store the data. Now, when you have a database, why it is always better to have a database? So if I ask you again, just tell me one thing. Let's say that you've got a big wardrobe with a lot of clothes in it. Yeah. So don't you think so that if you have got clothes, if you have got a wardrobe, first of all, you're getting a better storage, organized storage. Maybe I'm going to keep all my jackets over here. I'm going to keep all my shirts over here, and so on and so forth. So I get to organize my clothes because I'm having a wardrobe, right? Also, I can easily access it. See, if I'm just dumping my clothes on the floor, if tomorrow I want a particular dress, yep, it will be very difficult for me to find it, right? But if I'm using a wardrobe, and definitely if the wardrobe is organized, then I can easily find the cloth. Yeah, so it is very easy. It will be very easy for me to access, right? Also, now that is not related to the clothes, but yeah, in case of database, we have one more thing. Maybe I'll talk about that. So, talking about the database, which is nothing but the storage of data, it has organized storage. So, I just explain you with the help of wardrobe analogy, right? So, you have everything with the help of wardrobe. All your clothes are organized. Yeah, here also you've got database. So, with the help of database, we are getting the organized storage. Then efficient access. So as I told you, in case of wardrobe also, if your clothes are properly organized, it will be very easy for you to access your clothes. So in case of database also, it will be very easy for you to access the data. Because right now, see, the data can be in, in mega GBs, like it can be really huge. It can be really huge. So it is very important that there should be some way to store it so that we can also have efficient access. Secure scalability. So what do you understand by scalability? Scalability is about increasing the data, and data is definitely increasing day by day. Now, if you talk about Amazon, think about the data, that how fast it must be increasing. Every day there must be a lot of transaction being made. I'm talking about the Amazon website. And if I specifically talk about only India Amazon website or only US Amazon website, every day you can imagine the kind of transaction that Amazon might be getting and the kind of data that Amazon might be producing. So we need a system which is scalable. Scalable means that it should be able to handle. So database is a system which can handle the growing data. Yeah, and it's definitely secure. It provides us the security also. So you may not want all your data to be accessible to everyone, right? So with the help of database, we can also secure our data. Just like in your wardrobes, you can always lock your wardrobes, right? You can lock and unlock your wardrobes. In the same way, database data can also be locked and unlocked from different users that you have. Screen, you'll get to know that how your co-participants are. For example, I actively work with SQL. So we have got only two who are actively working on SQL. No experience with SQL. We have almost 53. So we are going to learn from very, very basic. And you can see that we are doing that. Yeah, we are starting from what is data. So that's one of the very basic thing. Okay, I have got some knowledge, but don't use it regularly. So we have got 16 folks. Okay, here is about the experience. So you can just quickly have a look. So we'll make sure that we cover everything from scratch. But guys, one thing, if you're learning the language for the very first time, then you also have to make sure that you practice after the class. So only class learning would not be suffice, because see, if you don't practice after the class, when you come for the next class, you're going to forget most of the things what have been taught in the previous class. So please make sure that apart from being consistent in joining the classes, you're also consistent in going through the material and doing some self study. So that is very, very important. Okay, I'll just scroll it down. So here are the folks of different domains. You can see. So we have got a lot from finance domain. And the goal for most of you guys is to the career growth, help in the career growth. So again, there's one analogy in order to understand what database is. So just like you've got a lot of books, yeah. So we've got a lot of books. So the books are stored where? Now this is the picture of what? Books are stored where? Think of books as the data. And where do we store books? In the library? Yes? Yeah, so this is what library. You must have seen that when you go to any of the library, usually the books are arranged in a certain manner. For example, here you'll have all the science books. Here you'll have, let's say, all the maths books, all the fictions. So in this way, and then there might be some alphabetical arrangement. If you go to any good library, you'll see such arrangements. So why do we have such arrangements? What do you think? Why? What is the reason behind such arrangements? So library stores the books, easy retrieval, yes, easy accessibility. Yes, imagine that they are not storing the books in this way. And then you'll end up maybe spending your whole day or two in order to find one single book. Maybe more than that, depends on the size of the library. So database also works on the same concept. Guys, it's just that instead of books, we are now storing the data. And instead of library, we are having the database. A database stores the data, library stores book. Now, just like how the library is properly, just give me a second. Yeah. So just like how the libraries are properly organized so that we can easily access the data. And it's not only about access the data, I mean to say the books. It's all also about, let's say there's a new edition. Yeah. I've got a new edition. There's a new fiction book. So I know that I just have to add it over here. So it helps me to modify also properly, right? I'll quickly able to modify, make the modifications. So it's not that I'm very random with it. But yeah, it's mainly for the quick access. Now we're going to learn about these properties of database. So this is very important interview question also. So we have got asset properties. We call it as asset. So we'll go one by one. So this slide may take a little bit of time. So please be patient. So I'll try to make it easy. I'll try to make it interesting. Yeah, all of these properties, but you should definitely know about these properties. These are the heart of the database. So when I say atomicity, any idea what atomicity could be? So I do not want you guys to read the slides. I want you guys to answer with whatever comes to your from basic minimum atoms. Okay, fine. So we'll talk about atomicity. So I'll give you an example and we'll understand it with the example. And it's very important. So before I talk about atomicity, maybe let me tell you the use case of database. So just like database, we have got more entities in order to store the data. Now you have to hear me out, right? In order to store the data, we have got more entities. Database is not the only place where the data is stored. We have got a lot more other things. So you might have heard about, apart from database, you might have heard about data warehouse. You might have even heard about data lake. So we are not going to get into that. That's definitely not our area to get into. But what I mean to say is that we have got multiple things in order to store the data. So what is the use case of database? The question is, let's say I've got some data. So why would I choose database rather than data warehouse or data lake? So we are going to look into the use case of database. Yeah, we are not going to look into the use case of data warehouse or data lake. We are going to, look into the use case of database. So any idea, any use case of database you can think of? See, everything is used for storing the data. So why database? So I'll tell you why database. So database, or not why, I'm just telling you use case of it, and then you'll understand why. So we'll go step by step. So if I talk about use case of database, so let's say that I access any of the bank website. And when I say website, I'm talking about my account. So I just want to see that what is the balance, current balance of my account, what are the transactions that I made in last 7 days, and so on and so forth. So to save this data, now see my current balance, then everything related to me, my profile, then my transactions, whatever you see. So everything goes into the databases. So most of the companies, they use databases for such things. So databases are used for day-to-day transaction. So whenever there is any day-to-day transactions data, whenever there is a day-to-day transaction data, it goes into the databases. And the reason is that it provides asset. It provides asset guarantees. I'm going to talk about what asset is, but why day-to-day transaction data goes, uh, why do we go with day-to-day transaction? Because it provides, database provides with the asset guarantees. If I give you the other example, if I talk about, let's say, Amazon. So again, day-to-day transaction, right? You're making a payment, you're ordering something, making the payment. So mostly the company might be using the database in order to handle all of these things. So if you go to the Amazon, you see a lot of products. So let me go to the Amazon and I'll just show that to you. So if I go to Amazon, yeah. So all of these phones, etc. So this is what these are data, images, the description, the price, all of these things are data. So this might be coming from the database. Yeah, this might be coming from the database. So the database might be storing all of these things. So for day-to-day transaction, we use database. Why for day-to-day transaction? Because database provides us with the asset properties. So we'll talk about atomicity. And you'll get to know that why asset is so important. So atomicity says it ensures that transactions are executed in all or nothing manner. So what does that mean? So it simply means that let's say this is you and this is your friend. Yeah. Now what you're doing is, let's say you have got, hear me out. Yeah. You've got 50,000 as your account balance. I'm talking about INR. Anything, anyways. Yeah. And now your friend needs 10,000 rupees. So you say, fine, I'm going to give you 10,000 rupees. So what you do is you go ahead and you make a transaction. Now this is something that we do in our day-to-day life, making the transactions via bank. So you'll understand that how things works. So here I go ahead and I make 10,000 rupees transaction. So what will happen is the 10,000 will get deducted in your account from your account, and it will get credited in your friend's account. So this is the expected behavior when everything goes well. But let's say that you made the transaction. This might have happened a lot of time with you all, that you make the transaction, the money got debited. Yeah, and hear me out. Yeah, the money got debited from your account, but your friend did not get the credit. Might have happened, right? So what will happen? In your account, you'll see 40,000, but in your friend's account, still it is still reflecting zero. So this is a very bad thing, right? If I talk about banks, this is something that we definitely do not want, because if things are happening like this, then we end up calling these people, all the customer cares, and breaking our head that I transferred did not work, whatever it is. It's definitely not something that we would appreciate, right? So what happens usually in your day to day life, you might have seen that if the money is debited from your account and there was some problem while you were making the transaction, it got recredited. You get the message that you have got your money back. So behind the skin, what happened is, because there's a database that is working, database says that either all or none. Yeah, it says that either all or none or nothing. So what does that mean? It means that either the whole transaction should get processed successfully. So when I say whole transaction should get processed successfully, it means your account is getting debited and your friend's account is getting credited. This is the one full transaction. But if there's a problem in between, yeah, if there's an error in between, there's some problem in between, then the whole transaction should be rolled back. So either it should be the full transaction or there should be nothing. And that's why when there is the error, while you're making some transfer, and if there is some error, you'll get your credit back. You'll get your money back automatically. And this is because of the database property, that is atomicity. So this is a property of the database, that either the whole transaction is successful, but if there's a problem in between, then it will make sure everything is rolled back. So your deducted amount, the amount which was deducted, is rolled back and it is again credited. So this is what atomicity is. Now this is so important property. If I talk about banks, and if I talk about any other website also, Amazon also, you make an order. Yeah, either the order should be made or shouldn't be made. There should be nothing half or bit in between, right? So atomicity is very, very important. Am I clear with the atomicity? Can I quickly get the confirmation? Perfect. Now we're going to talk about consistency. So everybody knows the meaning of consistency. Yep, so here it is written, but still I write it. So again, I'll explain you with the help of an example. So let's say that you've got an account. Yeah, you've got an account with a bank and you've got 15,000 rupees. Now in your bank, and you might have seen that a lot of banks does have such rules. So let's say that your bank has a rule that you should maintain minimum balance of 10,000. So this is a rule, right? Minimum balance of 10,000. That's a rule. Now what you do is you make a transaction. You make a transaction of 10,000 rupees in your friend's account. So how much amount is left in your account? How much amount is left? You've got 15,000 and you make a transaction of 10,000. So how much amount will be left? 5,000, right? But what the rule says? The rule says that minimum balance should be 10,000. So here consistency says rules are not broken. So in very simple words, the rule says that you have to maintain 10,000 rupees in your account. If you try to transfer 10,000 rupees because you've just got 15,000, it will give you error. It will not allow you to do it. You might have seen on GPay, Google Pay, that there's a limit of 1 lakh rupees for every day. So if you try to transfer more than 1 lakh rupees, though you might be having even 1 CR in your account, but if you try to transfer more than 1 lakh rupees in from your Google Pay, it gives you error. It says big no, that you're not allowed. So that is rule. So databases says, oh, you got some rules, I'll make sure that the rules are being followed. The rules are not broken. So am I clear? With consistency. So isolation, as the name says, it ensures the transaction do not affect each other. So again, I'm going to explain it to you with the example. So let's say that you and your sibling or your spouse or your parents, you both are using the same account. So it happens, right? We share the accounts with our loved ones, dear ones. So let's suppose that the account balance is 10,000. Now, what is done is, let's say we make a first transaction, that is, we are taking 5,000 rupees out of the bank. So let's say we are taking 5,000 rupees from the ATM. So the new balance would be what? The new balance will be again 5,000. Now let's say that there's a second transaction. And when I say transaction, it can be anything. It's not only about credit and debiting. So the second transaction says that, it sees, it wants to see the data. Yeah, it want to see like how much is the account balance. So let's say that you are taking the money out from the ATM, and at the same time your parents are checking the balance. Yeah, so they are checking the balance. So they may end up seeing maybe 5,000 or maybe 10,000. So let's suppose they end up seeing 5,000. Yeah, so your mom is checking and she sees that there is 5,000 rupees. But what happened when you initiated the transaction and ATM took its sweet time and then it failed. Yeah, there was a failure. So what will happen? Or maybe you're not taking it from the ATM, you're just doing the online transaction. So you have initiated 5,000 rupees transaction, but in between it got failed. So what will happen? It will roll back and you'll again have the 10,000 in your account, but your mom is seeing 5,000. So that's a problem. You're getting, that's a problem. Actually, you don't have 5,000 because your transaction failed. So everything will roll back and you have 10,000 rupees only. You don't have 5,000. You're getting, so you don't have 5,000, you have 10,000, but your mom is seeing 5,000. So that's a problem. That's a problem. So isolation says that we are going to do the things in isolation. Yep. So it means that T2, yeah, in the transaction 2, either it will see the old data 10,000, or it will not see anything. Sometimes the screen takes its sweet time in order to get refreshed or in order to show you the numbers, right? So it will not show you the data, half incomplete data, yeah, half done data. It will not show 5,000 at least. So it will show 10,000, or it will wait for some time for the transaction to get processed, that T1 transaction to get processed successfully, and then it will show 5,000. But nothing in between. Here it was showing in between. See, you were making the transaction and it is showing 5,000 to your mom. But what happened? The transaction got failed. But your mom sees 5,000. So that's a wrong thing that we are showing, right? So this is not even before, this is not even after. This is something in between. So isolations make sure that everything happens, all the transaction they happens in the isolation. So they are not affecting each other. So it means that if you're looking into the balance, either you're going to see 10,000 or it will take some time and will show you 5,000 once the transaction T1 is successful. So this is what isolation means. Yeah, means transaction 2 will not see the uncommitted deduction. As simple as that. So am I clear with isolation? Simple. Everything is something that we get to see in our day-to-day life. Yes, Rajpal, what you're saying is right. Now, what is durability? This is a very simple one. So what is the meaning of durable? Durable simply means that the data is permanent. So it simply means that once the transaction is successful, see 5,000 deducted from your account and credited in your friend's account. Yeah. This, this should be durable, or the data should be permanent, as simple as that. So if there is a power failure, even if the system crashes, the data will be still saved. So it simply means once committed, it stays forever. And this makes sure that there is no data loss. So I'll just quickly recap. Atomicity says no partial updates. Either it should be full or should be none. Consistency says no rules breaking. Isolation says no transaction confusion. And durability says no data loss. So this makes database very, very special, and that is why we use it for day-to-day transaction. So there's a word for day-to-day transaction, that is OLTP. So you should definitely know about this thing. It's nothing but online transactional processing. So maybe I'll not write the whole thing. Transactional processing. So this simply means day-to-day transaction. Amazon, your banks. So these are what? Day-to-day transactions. So all the companies for their OLTP, they use databases. So databases are very important. Okay, Viplav, I think I've already summarized, right? So what you have to say is for atomicity. So they usually ask like, what is atomicity? So you can explain the whole thing that either the transaction should be full transaction or it should be no transaction. So there should be no partial transaction. Consistency, you can give the example that we have got the rule. So we have to make sure that data follows the rule. I give you the example of Google Pay also, right? So Rajpal, let's keep it for the end of the session. Yeah, data warehouse will cover what is in our curriculum and I'll explain you. So data warehouse also I'll explain. It's a very interesting concept, but just keep it for the end of the session. So I'll explain. Siddesh, what you're saying is absolutely right. I'll quickly explain isolation once again. So isolation simply says, think of it. Maybe I'll give you maybe one more example. So let's say that you make a transaction, you've got 10,000 rupees. Yep. You make the transaction of 5,000. At the same time, so I'm explaining you with the same example. At the same time, your spouse looks into the account balance and sees 5,000 rupees. Now you made the transaction, but what happened? Something happened and your transaction got failed and everything got rolled back. So basically, you have got 10,000, but your spouse saw 5,000. So your spouse was able to see incomplete data. So either when you're checking the account, it should be either 10,000 before the transaction or it should be 5,000 after the transaction. So it should not be in between. Yeah, when you're making the transaction, understand the transaction is still not completed. Just like, let's say you're taking the exam And when you're taking the exam, so you're preparing for the exam maybe, yep, and you're telling your mom that, oh, I'm going to top the class. So it's like too soon to say, right? So you have to take the exam first, and then you can say that, okay, you have topped the class. But here also it's the same thing, that the transaction is ongoing. And when the transaction is ongoing, this state shouldn't be shown to the user because the transaction is ongoing. So if the transaction fails, then if you are showing 5,000, see, if you're showing 5,000, then it's a bad data, right? You're showing the bad data. Actually, the amount is still 10,000 because the transaction failed, but you're showing 5,000, so that's a bad data. So either you have to, either you should show 10,000 or you should show 5,000 after the successful transaction. Am I clear now? Yes, Rajpal. Now, there are different type of databases. So I'll quickly give you the brief of the different type of databases, but we are going to focus only on the one type of database which is used in major projects. So we have got different type of databases. The first one in our list is the relational database. So we are going to learn the relational database. Database is what? It's nothing but it's a place where you store your data. Yeah, where you store your data. So we have got NoSQL, graph database, centralized, distributed. In our curriculum, we have got relational database. SQL works with relational database only. So our focus would be on this. But I'll just quickly walk you guys through these also so that you understand these terms. We'll definitely not deep dive, that is not required. So let's talk about relational database. Database is what? It's storage of data. So relational database says that I am going to store the data, yeah, in the form of the tables. Now, what tables has? Tables has columns. Yeah, it has columns. Let's say student ID, student name, student number, all of these. Yep. And then it has got data. So this is what? This is relational database. Now we also call it as relational. It means the tables are connected to each other. Yeah, the tables may be connected to each other. So how they are connected to each other, I'll give you one example. But we are going to deep dive into this. This is what we are going to learn. So it's very much okay if you do not understand it right away 100%. Yeah, that's very much okay. If you understand 50% of it, that's also fine. So for example, let's say that I've got, let me see if I've got something. Just give me a second. So instead of writing, I'll better show you. Just give me a second. Yes. Yes. So you can see these are what? These are tables with rows, with columns and rows. So it's a relational database. So relational database says that this is table, let's say this is table 1, this is table 2, and this is table 3. So relational database says that there's a relationship between the tables. Yeah, there's a relationship between the tables. Now, when I say that there's a relationship between the tables, what does that mean? So if you see, for example, so this table is storing the data of the orders, order date, order ID, customer ID, product ID, quantity. So here the customer ID is 123. So here we are not storing the data of the customer. In this table, we are just saying that this transaction is made by the customer with the ID 123. But we are storing this data of the customer, the information of the customer in another table. So for example, 123 ID is of Anshul and he is male. We can have more information, phone number, birth date, so much of it. So this is just to make you understand. So in case of relational databases, everything is stored in the form of the table or the data, and then we have the relationship between the table. So you can see that this table and this table is related to each other. Yeah, this table and this table is related to each other. So when I say that two things are related to each other, let's say that you are related to your sibling. So there's something that is common between you. Let's say you're related to each other because of the family. Yeah. In the same way, let's say that you have got multiple friends and you say that, okay, I am, somehow I am, now that doesn't make much of sense. But yeah, let's say that I am related to this friend in a way that we all belong to the same college. So that's a key between the relationship. That's a key between you and your friends to establish the relationship. So you guys tell me, see, I've got this table, customer table, and I've got this orders table. So what do you think? What is the key between this table and this table? That is actually making the relationship happen. So in order to make the relationship happen, there should be something in common. Yes, customer ID. Yeah. Tell me about this one and this one now. Product ID. I hope this is clear, right? So this is how the relational databases are designed. We are going to deep dive into it. That's what we are going to learn for the next 8 classes. Now let's talk about the other databases that we have. Okay, here I've got, okay, I just totally forgot that I've got a PPT, and here I'm showing that how the different tables are related to each other. So there's a key, a common key, but let it be. Yeah, I've already explained you, and we are going to deep dive into it. Okay, a lot of speaking from my side. Again, I'm so sorry because I can't help it. Yeah, from tomorrow we'll do a lot of hands-on. This one, yeah. Now, if I give you the examples of the relational database, examples are MySQL. You're here to learn MySQL. So that's a relational database. In the same way, we have got SQL Server, Oracle, Postgres. Now, if you learn even one single database, if you learn MySQL, then you can say that you know all the others. And I'll tell you the reason why. Because 85 to 90% of all the database, they are same. It's just that there's little bit syntax here and there. So you don't need to learn all the different relational databases. If you learn one, you will surely be able to work on the others also. So if let's say I'm taking interview. So if I know that the person knows MySQL very well, but in my project we are using SQL Server, I will not hesitate hiring that person, because if that person is good, as in, if that person knows, that candidate knows MySQL and he's able to answer all the questions and he understands the length and the breadth of the technology, then I'm sure that working on SQL Server will be definitely no big deal. So all these databases, relational databases, they are very similar. You don't have to worry about learning different databases. That is definitely not required. You will learn one properly, you can work on any database for that matter. Fine. Now, there's one thing about the relational database, and why I'm talking about it right now, because after this we have got NoSQL database. So see, relational database is kind of a strict database. So when I say it's a strict database, what does that mean? So it simply means that, let's say I've got a student. Yeah, you can see over here, I'm storing the student details. Roll number, name and marks awarded. So let's say I've got a new student. Yep. Now for this new student, I want to store the data, but I've got more data for this new student. So I've got, let's say his roll number is 4, name is Neha, marks whatever, yeah. But I've also got one more data for him, for her. So let's say I've got city as Pune. So relational databases say, yeah, that I'm so sorry, you have something extra, I cannot accommodate. So it's very strict, you're getting. So this table says that you've got extra column, I'm sorry, I can just accommodate 3 columns. So I cannot provide you this flexibility of storing anything in me. Yeah. I've got 3 columns, you have to stick to 3 columns. You cannot give me 4 columns. So it's very strict. I'll give you one more example of strict. The second strictness, it says that now it says that this column is integer. It means that it can take only integer values. Yeah, it can take only integer values. So again, I go ahead and give the details, but let's say I've got some new string value. Yeah, I want to give, let's say 10. So again, it will say no. It will say, what are you doing? I can just take integer. What the hell are you providing me? You're providing me 10, like the string 10. Sorry, I can't do that. So it's very strict. Yeah, it says that, see, I've created this table with the 3 columns with a certain data type for all the columns. So for this one, we have got the data type as integer, this one, let's say, as string, yeah, varchar, and so on and so forth. So we have to stick to that. Yeah, we have to stick to that. We'll talk about that. Aparna, we'll see to that. Yep, it's very easy to set these rules. So you got that? The relational database is very, very strict. You get that? Am I clear with this point? How do we do that? Once we start writing the code, you'll get to know. And it's very easy. It's like one word things. Yeah, you just have to add one keyword and then you're done. Done and dusted. Am I clear that the relational database are super strict, very stringent? Fine. Now let's say there's a requirement. There's a requirement. The requirement is that we want flexibility. Yeah, we want flexibility. So what I want is, let's say that I'm the business owner and I do not want this, yeah, because let's say I have my own school and I say that fine, yeah, but let's say there's some student with some, more things. Let's say that he or she has got some certificates or maybe some achievements. So I want to store that data also, yeah. I simply do not want to discard it. Yep. So either you add one more column to your table, yep, or give me something else that is more flexible. I want to store everything, whatever, whoever is coming to my school, yeah, whoever is getting registered, whichever student is getting registered in my school, whatever information they are giving me, I want to store it. So I just simply do not want to discard any of the information. So here comes NoSQL databases. So NoSQL databases. Now we are not going to get into the architecture of it. As you can see, these are non-tabular databases. Yep. So it stores the data in a way. Now this also stores the data. Yeah, this also stores the data. But it stores the data in a way that it is super flexible. So do you know what JSON? Have you heard about JSON? So Google it, yeah. Just Google it sometimes, or maybe I'll just show it to you. Some JSON structure. So you don't have to deep dive into it. I'm just showing you so that why is it taking me to Yahoo? Yeah. So I'll just quickly show you how does it look like. So relational database stores the data in the form of tables. And in case of NoSQL, it stores the data in the form of JSON, and there are other ways also, but I'll show you the JSON one. I'm just looking for something that is quite easy to understand. Yeah. So here you go. So if you see, this is what this is JSON. So for example, you've got student. So we say student. Yep. Or let's say employee. Yeah, employee. So you're storing the first name, last name, display name, middle name, birth name of the employee. Now this is, let's say, the information of some XX employee. Now let's say that we have got another employee, and that another employee has got some other information also. Let's say passport number. So it easily accommodates with that. It says fine. So I'm going to have one more node. So this is one node for one data for one employee. So you've got 100 employees, so you'll get 100 nodes. So it says that I'm very much okay with it. You have got one more data. So I just have to add one more key value pair over here. Yeah, key, and this is a value. So this is how JSON looks like. So it's very, very much accommodating. It says that I'm very much okay with it. Yeah, I'm not strict. Right now, I've got 5 details. Yeah, 5 columns. If you got 10 columns for the next employee, I can easily accommodate it. So I'm not strict like tables. So that's what NoSQL says. Mhm. So it stores the data in different formats. So it stores the data in key value, column, graph, and document format. You don't have to deep dive into it, but yes. So why do we use NoSQL? This you should know. So if you want that flexibility, see, tables are very strict. So you want that flexibility that tomorrow, if your data comes in some other format, you should be able to store it. Yeah, it should not say no. Your database shouldn't say no. Then you can go for NoSQL database. So am I clear with this point? Definitely you don't have to deep dive into it. XML format. Yes. XML, JSON, key value pair. Exactly. Okay. The next one is graph database. So I'll take a pause. Why don't, with whatever you see on my slide, I want you guys to guess the use case of graph database. What do you see over here? Social media? Fine. So have you seen, or on Instagram or Facebook, you might have seen that it keeps giving you recommendation of friends, mutual connections, suggested friends. Have you seen that? So whenever we have got data like this, yeah, where the data is very much related, yeah, it's mutually related, you can see over here. Yeah, so we use graph database. So friends of friends. So this is again graph database. In the same way, product recommendation. So you buy one product, then it starts showing you all the other products. So that can again come under graph database. We have ML also in that. It depends. But yeah, this is what? This is graph database. So uh, it stores the data in the form of the graph, not table. So basically, if this is you. Yeah, you're browsing Facebook. It will start showing you the mutual connections. This. Yeah, so this is how it works. Even I've never worked on the graph database. Usually, it is used by the social media companies. Yeah, social media companies. Then it is also used by the banks, I think, for the fraud detection, etc. Yeah, but it saves the data as a graph so that you can find the connection between the data. Fine. Now we'll talk about centralized database. So centralized database, it can be any database for that matter. It can be in SQL, NoSQL, graph. So centralized database is what? You have got one database. Yeah, you've got one database and everybody is connected to this one database. So there's only one database. You have one centralized database and everybody is connected to this centralized database. Let's say that Citibank has got one centralized database. So tell me, what could be the problems of having centralized one single big database? What if the database crashes? What if there's a power cut? There's a failure? What will happen? Everything will go down. Now you're not able to access your bank account, and so the other users. Yes. So this is a centralized database where you have just got one single big database storing everything. And a lot of companies still uses centralized database, though it is not recommended. Now, what do you think? What should be the solution of centralized database? Now, I'm not expecting the right word for it. I'm just expecting that what should be the solution? What you would do? Don't you think so? You'll have the copies of it, multiple copies. Yeah. So backups, yes. So if this goes down, you have a backup up and running so that you do not, uh, because of the system crash, your website will not go down. As simple as that. So having these backups definitely is pretty expensive because here you're maintaining only one database. Now let's say I have got two backups. So I'll end up maintaining three databases, right? So it's pretty expensive, but yes, we call it as distributed databases, where the data is stored in multiple places. And that's it's again done by all the big companies. And that is the reason why these days you'll not see that your site is going down. Yeah, all the good big companies' websites, they are always up and running. So in Pune, this happened almost a year back. I think it happened in June, July. So I stay in Hinjawadi, those who are from Pune. So there was some issues with the power. Now, this area where I'm staying is the IT hub, one of the IT hub. So there was some big issue with the power supply of, and that was for the whole area. And we were without the power for 3 days, straight 3 days. And it was not only for the households, it was for all the IT parks also. And we have got some data centers. When I say data centers, uh, as in you can say servers which are storing a lot of data. So we have got some data center. We have got a data center also here in this part of Pune, Hinjawadi. So everything went down. So definitely these are very common problems. It can definitely occur. So that's the reason why the companies they always prefer having the distributed databases. So instead of having one centralized database, they are going to have databases at multiple places to avoid any downtime. Am I clear? Now here are the differences. You can just quickly read this slide. I've already explained you the differences between the two. Fine. So let's do one thing. I think we have got a lot of theory, and I've been speaking from last 1.5 hours. So it's not my thing. It's about you guys because if somebody speaks or if you have to listen somebody for more than 20 minutes, uh, we tend to daydream. So according to some theories, I think the attention span of a human being is only 20 minutes, not more than that. So we'll do one thing. We'll take a break, and after the break, we'll continue because we have got the next topic. So I just want to, cover these topics in continuation. Or if you're okay, maybe I'll take another 15 minutes for these topics. Not more than that. Oh, wow. Everybody is saying go ahead. I'm so happy. Fine. Let's go back to our library image. I literally have to go back. Now tell me one thing. We've got the data, we've got the books, We have got the library storing the books. Who manages the library? Somebody should also manage it, right? Who manages the library? Librarian? Okay. So we just learn about data. We learn about the database. Don't you think so? We want somebody who can manage the database. We want a tool which can manage, which can help us. Anyways, we are going to manage definitely, but we want a tool which can help us manage the database. So let's say if librarian is also managing the library, the librarian might be maybe maintaining some book, some records. Yeah, it might be the librarian might be using something in order to maintain the library. So I remember when I was in college, so because that time it was like long back. So my library teacher, there was a computer, of course, in the library in front of uh, on her desk. So she used to use that. Also, she used to maintain one register, one copy. Yeah, and she used to write who's taking which book and what's the last date of the submission, what's the fine, all of these things. So there's a system that we need in order to maintain the things. So here also, in order to maintain, not maintain, in order to manage the database, we have got DBMS. Here we have got DBMS. So you can see database management system. So database management system is nothing, but it allows user to create, update, retrieve, and manage the data in the structure format. So basically, see, you've got the data, you have got the database with a lot of data. Now, in order to talk to the database, get the data out of it, insert the data in it, update the data, delete the data, whatever you want to do with the data, for that, we need a system. Yeah, we need a system. And we call it as DBMS, Database Management System. So it's a software that helps us manage the databases. So what you can do in this, see, you can create the database, you can read. Yeah, you have got the data, right? So you can create, you can read, you can make the updates, you can delete it. So you can do all of these things. So these are called CRUD operations. So do not get scared with these jargons, technical jargons. These are very simple things. So when I say CRUD, C stands for what? Everyone tell me, C stands for what? I just talk about the operations. It means create. Yes, so CRUD operation, you're going to listen to this term a lot. So this is not specific to the databases only. Like, yep. R stands for what? Read. Yes, very good. U stands for what? Update. And D stands for delete. So if anybody says CRUD operations, do not get scared of it. What is this CRUD? It's nothing. You're creating the data. They're just like you've got a wardrobe. So you are just looking at your wardrobe, how many clothes you've got. Maybe you're updating your wardrobe, like you're adding something to it, you're removing something from it, and so on and so forth. So here also we do all of these things, but we do it with the help of the software called DBMS. And guys, see, okay, maybe I'll talk about that later, not right away. Now, relational DBMS is what? Tell me what it could be. I just told you what DBMS. What RDBMS could be? What RDBMS? To manage the relational database. You know that there are so many databases, right? We learn about the relational database. Now, to manage the relational database, what we have? We have got relational DBMS. Simple. So this is a software which help us to manage the database. As simple as that. Now, what is SQL? So see, understand this thing. Now you've got a software. Now hear me out. Yeah, you've got DBMS software. So you're going to talk to the DBMS and you're going to make the DBMS work for you. Yeah, you say DBMS, can you please create a table for me? Of course. So DBMS will create the table for you. But DBMS says that I don't understand plain English. Yeah, I'm not ChatGPT. I do not understand plain English. So DBMS says, hey, I can do a lot of things for you, but then you have to speak to me in my language, the language that I understand. So DBMS, in order to talk to DBMS, you have to use SQL. And that's what we are going to learn. We are going to learn SQL. Why? Because with the help of SQL, we can talk to the DBMS and get our work done. Sorry, I think there's some issue with the pen. Yeah, get our work done. That is CRUD, any of the CRUD operations that we want to perform on the database. So you're getting, just like, let's say there's a librarian. Yeah, librarian is what? Librarian in our analogy is DBMS, who manages the database. Yeah, with the, so then we have got library. So library is what? Library is the database. And inside the library, we have got books. So books are what? Books are data. These are data. Now, let's say that you want to fetch some book. Yeah, you want to fetch some book. You want some book. So you go to the librarian and you say that I want so and so book. Yeah, I want a book of, let's say, Dan Brown, so and so. So your librarian will go and may fetch it for you. So you're going to talk to the librarian. So you may talk to the librarian in the language that your librarian understands. That makes sense also, yeah. If your librarian understands only one language, that it's English, and if you start speaking Spanish in front of that librarian, the librarian would be like, "What are you saying?" I'm like, "Please bother, yeah." So the librarian will not do your work. As simple as that. So here also, in order to talk to the DBMS, now in order to make DBMS work for us, we use SQL. As simple as that. Yes. So it understands SQL. So it's a language. It's a query language. So you can see over here that it's a structured query language and it is designed to manage and manipulate the data in relational database managed systems. You use RDBMS. You use SQL in RDBMS. So am I clear what is SQL? So you have got four entities. You've got data. Data is saved in the database. In order to manage the database, we have got DBMS. So in DBMS only we store the data actually, yep, in the form of the databases. Now in order to make the DBMS work for us, we talk to DBMS in SQL language. I hope I'm clear. Am I clear, guys? What is SQL? Quickly. So you can just read this slide. I'll wait for a minute. So Fatima, it's very simple. See, you're going to use a tool. Just like if I use Excel. So in order to use Excel, Excel only understands English. So I can just work, I can just use, I'm not sure if it has got more languages. I'm not aware about that. But till like now, I've just used English on Excel. So in case of DBMS also, in order to talk to the DBMS, you need to use SQL language. Yeah, that's a language of DBMS. Yes, everything is done in DBMS, Rajpal. So we are going to use DBMS. It's a software in order to manage the databases. I hope I have answered all the questions on the chat. Yeah, Harun, so we'll come to that also. Allow me a minute. Maybe I'll ask Rakshita to do that. You're talking about the practice lab, right? Okay. So at the end of the session, Rakshita will help you with it. Maybe I'll also check it. I'll also help. Fine. So Avinash has got a very good question. What is the difference between SQL and MySQL? SQL is a language. Hear me out. Yeah, SQL is a language, and MySQL is the DBMS. So we have got multiple relational DBMS. We have got multiple relational database management systems in the market. For example, MySQL. Then we have got SQL Server. So it shares the name with the databases. Yeah, shares the same name with the databases. Oracle. Sorry for this writing, guys. And then Postgres. I don't know what is happening, but yeah. So this is what? This is a DBMS, or you can say database also. They share the same name. In order to talk to the MySQL, we use SQL language. So SQL is a language and this is a DBMS. Have I answered your question, Avinash? So in order to talk to SQL Server also, you'll use SQL. In order to talk to Oracle also, you're going to use SQL. Postgres also, you're going to use SQL. So SQL is a language and MySQL is the DBMS. I repeat, MySQL, okay, there's some issue I'm not able to write, but yeah, MySQL, Postgres, SQL Server, these are what? These are the softwares. Yeah, these are what? These are RDBMS, database management systems. In order to talk to the database management system, we need a language. The language is SQL. So MySQL is a DBMS and SQL is a language to talk to the DBMS. It's a coding language, exactly. So I think we are done. So this is a boring topic, but yes, it's in our curriculum. So we are definitely going to cover tables and entity relationship model. So let's keep it for, let's keep it, let's do it after the break. Yeah, we'll keep it for after the break. So I think we are good with whatever we have covered so far. A quick recap: we learn about what is data. We learn about what is databases. What is database. Then we learn about the different type of databases that we have. Also, we learn about asset guarantees of database. So, okay, here I don't have the slide for the same. We are just having the slide for the attribute. So I'll quickly cover about the main components of the ER model. So if I talk about the ER model components, the first and the foremost component is entity. So entity is what? Entity is nothing but the real world object. So basically, entity, you can think of it as a table. That's a real world object. For example, I gave you the example of student or employee, and it is represented with the help of rectangle. So we just talked about the table. So what attributes could be? So attributes are nothing but the details of the entity, yes. So all of you are right. Attributes are the characteristics, details, yep, of an entity. So let me write it. So attributes are what? They are the property of an entity. So if I give you the example of student, you tell me what could be the attributes. What could be the attributes for the student table? Student entity, ID, name, age, class, marks, etc., etc., right? So these are nothing but the attributes. attributes are shown using ovals. Yeah, so whenever you see oval, it means that it's an attribute. Then we have got relationship. Now you know that tables, they can be related to each other. So how the entities are connected to each other. So it shows the relationship between the two entities. Just give me a second. Yeah. Yeah, we'll talk about primary key and foreign key. Not right now, but yes, how entities are connected to each other. So I gave you the example of orders table. So you told me that the two tables are connected using customer ID, right? So relationship is how the entities are connected to each other. So if I give you the example, let's say that we have got two entities, students is one of the entity and course. So course, let's say students, let's talk about Simplilearn. So student table has got all the information about you guys, and courses table has got all the information about the courses that are provided by Simplilearn. So if I talk about the relationship between the two, so simply students have enrolled, or I would say student has enrolled for which course? Yeah, I'll simply say student enrolls for course. And relationship are denoted with the help of diamonds. Now, I told you that in order to establish the relationship, you need to have the keys. Yeah, you need to have the keys. So I'll talk about the keys right away. At least I'll give you the little bit idea about it. So we have a primary key. Now, what is a primary key? So primary key uniquely, it uniquely identifies an entity. So if I give you an example over here, so before I give you this example, let's talk about a day-to-day life example. So let's say that our government, now whether you're sitting in US or India, wherever your country is, whichever your country is, wherever you're sitting, so the government is maintaining the database of all the citizens. Now, I'm Tulika Gupta, and there might be hundreds and thousands of not hundreds and thousands, but at least thousands of Tulika Gupta in India, right? That very much possibility, right? So my data and the other Tulika Gupta data will coincide. So it has to make sure that it uniquely identify my data and it uniquely identify the other Tulika Gupta's data. So what do you think what government would use? What is my unique identity? In India, we've got Aadhaar card, those who are joining from US, those who are not Indians, maybe passport number, PAN card. Yes. So it uniquely identifies an entity. So over here, now you guys tell me if I talk about, okay, in this table, we don't have any primary key. Okay, in this table, can you see any primary key? Customer ID is a primary key, and that makes sense also. See, customer name can be repetitive. We can have a lot of customers with the same name as Anshul and Meel. So this can be definitely repeated. But how will we uniquely identify this Anshul, or how will we differentiate this Anshul with the other Anshul that we have got in our database using the customer ID? Fine. Can you tell me what is the primary key for this table? So we have got the data of the products. So we want a key that will uniquely identify each product. It's product ID. So am I clear with primary key? Okay, we'll talk about foreign key now. So foreign key is basically it connects two entities. Yeah, it connects two entity. So let's say you've got the entity 1. It has got some primary key, P1. Now we have got entity 2. So in order to connect with entity 1, entity 2 is using this primary key. So for this entity, this is not the primary key, rather it's a foreign key. Yeah, this is a foreign key. So I'll explain it to you with the help of the example over here. Now again, let's talk about this table and this table. And we're going to repeat these concepts of a primary key and foreign key. So please make sure that you understand it and you remembers the concept. So tell me one thing. Again, the same question that I've asked you before. The two tables are related with which column? Quickly. This table I'm talking about and this table I'm talking about. We use oval only. These are the attributes, so we use oval only. Yeah, customer key. Now, customer key is what? It's a primary key in this table. Yes, it's a primary key in this table. Now, we are using the primary key of this table in this table. So, for this table, for let's say the name of this table is orders. For this table, orders ID becomes what? It becomes what? It becomes foreign. Yes, it becomes foreign key. So, I repeat. This is what? This is a this is a primary key. Yeah, this is a primary key. Now, in order to connect this entity, the customer entity with that of the orders entity, the column that I'm using, the common column that I'm using is customer ID. Now, for this table, customer ID is a primary key. But for this table, customer ID is what? It's a foreign key. It's not a primary key. So, foreign key help us to connect the two entities. Yeah. So this foreign key is a primary key of the one entity and it becomes a foreign key of the other entity. Am I clear? We are going to again talk about this. Yes. So see, this is what? This is a primary key. So when the primary key is referenced in other table in order to establish the relationship between the two entities, I repeat, when the primary key is referenced into the other table in order to create the relationship between the two tables, in order to establish the relationship between the two tables. Yeah. So it becomes the foreign key on the other table. So this is what? This is a foreign key. We are going to revisit this concept when we start our coding. Am I clear now, Shweta? Just remember this thing that whenever you refer primary key in the other table in order to create the relationship between the two entities, it becomes a foreign key. Am I clear? So I'll just quickly show you how the diagrams looks like. I think here I have not created the diagram. Fine. I'll just quickly show you. So it looks like this. You've got the entity. So student, entity. This entity may have multiple attributes. Let's say name. Okay, I'm so sorry. I don't know what is happening. ID. Now I've got another table. Again, the name of the table is course. And these two tables are related to each other. So there's a relationship between the two. So this is what? In roles. So this is how we create it. So if somebody gives you any entity diagram, ER diagram, you should be able to understand student and courses are nothing but the entities. The ovals that you see are nothing but the attributes of the entities, and the diamond that you see are nothing but the relationship of the entities. Am I clear? Am I clear? Fine. Now, in case of attributes also, we have got different type of attributes. No. So there is one, I think, one exercise for you all. I'll see to that. If we can do it today, that's fine. Otherwise, we'll do it tomorrow. So I'll ask you to create one ER diagram. So we'll see. Right. So there are different type of attributes. Now this is little bit boring topic, but that's fine. Attributes are nothing but the features of your entity. So we have got the key attribute. Then we have got the derived attribute, multi-valued attribute, and composite attribute. So let's cover all of these. So key attributes are nothing, but it used to identify one entity from the group of entity. So I just explain you the key attribute. So employee ID, student ID, roll number, passport number. These are what? These are key attributes. So you can just have a look. Let's look into other attributes that we have got. Now, what are composite attributes? As you can see on my screen, it's very simple. Just give me a second. I think I've got something on the chat. Okay, please go back to the previous slide. Fine. Is this the one? For product table, Akshay. Okay, I'll come to that. Yes, key attributes are primary keys. Okay, for product table, Akshay is asking for the product table. Now tell me for product table, I'm talking about the product table, the one that I have highlighted. What is the primary key? The same question, product ID. And I'm using it in this table. So in this table, a primary key of one entity is used in the other table. So for other table, this becomes what? This becomes what? It becomes foreign key. You can also write FK. Yeah, you can just write answers in Y also, no, N. So I'm very much okay with that. Yeah, you don't have to type in the whole thing. Fine. So key attributes, I hope I'm clear. Composite is also very simple. So a lot of time, we have got the attributes which are composed of several attributes. So for example, address. So address is composed of three attributes. So we have got country, state, and zip code, and all the values or values of these three makes address. So that's what composite means. Am I clear with composite? Okay, my laptop is acting up. Just give me a second. Yeah. Anyways, we'll continue. So what are multi-valued attributes? Now, there can be some attributes. There can be some attributes which may have multiple values. Yeah, which may have multiple values. For example, let's say that we have got the attribute order, or let's say we have got the attribute. Yep. So we have got the attribute order. So order, let's say that you make an order. Yeah, you make an order. So in case of order, let's say I make an order of a product. I'm not able to write. Okay. There's some issue with the writing thing. Just give me a second. Let me try this. Yep. So let's say we have got the product. Yep. So I buy one product of some quantity, two quantity. I buy the other product of one quantity. So what I mean to say is that these attributes can have multiple values. It can have more than one value. So we represent it by double ovals, as you can see. So as I told you that you are not going to design the database. That's not your job. So that will be designed by somebody else, but you're going to work on the database. You're going to query the database. You're going to generate or play with the data of the database. So you should know, if somebody give you this AR diagram, you should be able to know what this AR diagram is representing. And it's a very simple thing if you see. It's just like the walk in the park. It's so simple. Moving ahead, we have got derived attributes. So, okay, why don't you guess what derived attributes could be? When you're guessing, I'll just open this. Yes, so all of you are right. So it means that these values, see, attributes are what? They are like they're columns, right? So the values of these attributes, the values inside these attributes will be derived from the other attributes. For example, let's say that you've got experience. Now, we may derive the value of experience with the help of, let's say, I've got the joining date of the employee and today date. Yep. So experience in our company, let's say that it's Simplilearn, employees for Simplilearn. So experience in Simplilearn, how many years in Simplilearn? So see, this value can be derived from the other attributes. Yeah. So we do not have the value. We are not going to save the value in this column. Rather, we are going to derive it during the runtime. Yeah. So because see, if I save it, let's say I save it. So today it's 2 years. Let's say. Yeah. So let's say I've saved it 2 years. But after 2 months, it will be 2 years and 2 months. So if I'm saving these value, it may not give me the right values. It right now while I'm saving, yeah, at this point of time, maybe it's 2 years for an employee. But after a year, it will be 3 years. So again and again, I have to update my database. So I can simply derive it. If possible, I can simply derive it. So how I can derive it? Let's say I've got another attributes with the uh, start date or the joining date. Just give me a second. Yeah. So let's say I've got another attribute with the start date or joining date and that of today's date. So with this, I can calculate the experience of the employee. So am I clear what derived attributes are? So Rajpal, we usually create the column for the derived attributes. We are going to work on it. We usually create the column for it. But uh, so it's like you may or may not create the column. You can create this column on the runtime. So anyways, you may or may not create the column. Once we start working on SQL, this will be clear. You'll understand. So am I clear what are derived attributes, everyone? Yes, Dinesh has given a wonderful example, price. So quantity into unit price is total price. Derived attribute. Perfect. Very good, Dinesh. Okay, relationship you already understand. Now, there are a few things that just give me a second. I would like to just give me a second, guys. We'll just learn few more terms. I know these are boring, but yeah, we'll learn few more terms. So entity sets are what? Entity sets are nothing but the relationship. So for example, we have got employee. Yeah, we have got the employee. We have got 3 employees. Let's say we have got 3 employees. Employee 1. So let's say employee 1 is Neha. Employee 2 is Juan. Employee 3 is Mark. So entity set will tell us the relationship that Neha is, let's say, working on so and so project. So let's say this is a project. Yep. So let's say this is a project, and this project belongs to so and so department. So with the help of relationship set, you at least give the basic idea of how the relationship is. So for example, I repeat, Neha is working on so and so project, and this project belongs to so and so department. John is working on so and so project, and that belongs to so and so department. So this is what? This is nothing but the relationship set. So you can see that it depicts that E1 works in D2 and E2 works in D3. So E, E1 works in D2 and E2 works in D3. So this is something that is not created as a part of the document also, to be very honest. That you see ER model for sure. That is created as a part of the document for the database design. So it just give you the brief of some data, some dummy data of the entities and how it is connected to the other entities data. So just give you the glimpse of it. So you can see that high volume of monthly transaction. So that itself is enough to tell that what database are we going to use. So we are going to use RDBMS. Why? Because see, what we want is we want this customer information is currently stored in different departments and so and so, and the bank they want to consolidate it. So see, they have the customer, they have the credit card. So we want the relationship between the data to be there. So we'll go with RDBMS. So see, with the help of RDBMS, as you can see, it's not that RDBMS is the only way for it. So, see, I'll just read it once again. You're working for a bank that is launching a new credit card product. So, you're working for a bank. The bank aims to target existing customers who already have saving accounts, a good credit history, and a high volume of monthly transactions. So, basically, it's a marketing thing. However, this customer information is currently stored in a different departments. So, you're getting all the data scattered. Yeah, so some of the customers are in Excel, some of are in the legacy systems, some of they are in the local folders. So what they want is they want to consolidate the all the customers and their respective information. So usually whenever it comes to the online transactions, we go for RDBMS. Why not see? Why not graph? Because here's no networking that is being done. So graph doesn't make sense. Distributed, you can say, as I told you, distributed is something that see, distributed is something that can be used for RDBMS, that can be used for NoSQL. Yeah, it's it's a way of storing the data, or you can say way of replicating the data. Not storing the data, but it's the way of replicating. So it has nothing to do with RDBMS or NoSQL. You can replicate your RDBMS data also. So if you replicate it at multiple places, then it becomes distributed data storage, the database. So anyways, so here we are not focusing on distributed or centralized. We are just focusing on that are we going to use which database are we going to use. So graph is definitely not the answer. NoSQL is also not the answer because here it is not saying explicitly that the data is coming in different formats and we need the flexibility to in order to store the data. And so RDBMS is the best option. So definitely you can use NoSQL also. It's not that NoSQL will say no, I cannot store the data for this one. Of course you can use it, but RDBMS will be the best choice as per the question. Yes, very good, Ravinder. So the data is also structured over here. Exactly. So it's not flexible. The data is structured. So guys, there's little more theory that we're going to cover tomorrow, and it's not going to take much of time. But yes, I do not want to hurry up on covering this part. It's a very simple one. It's a very simple one. We'll understand with some examples. It will take another 30 minutes. So today, maybe now you can ask the questions if you have any. That's the first thing. And secondly, yeah, just give me a second. Yep. So you can ask the question if you've got any. And the second thing is that Rakshita is going to help you, or she is going to guide you with the lab access, with the lab, yeah, SQL lab. So composite attributes are the attributes which are created by other attributes. So basically, if I say that I've got an attribute address, so this address attribute is created or is composed of several attributes, that is country, state, and zip code. So all of these three things makes the attribute address. You are understanding? So in order to say the address, you need these other three attributes also. So this attribute is composed of these three other attributes. So for example, let's say birth date. So let's say for the birth date, we have got year, then we have got day, and then we have got month. We have got three different attributes. So birth date will be composed of day, year, and month. No, Siddharth, I would not suggest you to use any other DBMS, and the reason is that sometimes the syntaxes are different. So when the syntaxes are different, you will get error. So I do not want that confusion to happen. So I would suggest all of you to use MySQL. And as I told you before also, that just give me a second. Yeah. If you're using your personal laptop, it would be best that you download the MySQL, you install it, and then you use MySQL Workbench in the class that is installed in your machine. But in case if you're using your office laptop and you have got this limitation of like you cannot download and install, then you can use the lab. No, multi-valued is not okay. So multi-valued is not. Just give me a second. Yep, it's not composed of the different attributes. So this is what? This is composed of different attributes. Multi-value says that I can hold more than one value. So it says that I can hold multiple values. So got it? Just give me a second. Oh yeah, have you got it? See, multi-valued says that I can accommodate multiple values. So one attribute can accommodate multiple values. Composite says that I am made up of multiple attributes. So there's a difference. It says that I've got three different attributes. So if you combine these three attributes, then I'm composed. Yeah. So then I'm how this is how I'm made up of. So you have to literally combine these three attributes in order to create me. Multi-valued says that I can I can carry or I can hold two values at a time. Let me think of some other example. So, okay, I'll give you one more example. Now, tell me one thing, phone number. So, you might have seen that phone number can have multiple values, yes or no? Multiple phone numbers. Yeah. So, that is what multi-valued. So, it is not composed of multiple attributes. So, that is multi-valued. It means that one attribute can have multiple values in it. So, what I mean to say is that I've got student 1 with some phone number. Okay, some phone number. And one has got another phone number also. So this is what, this phone number is what? Multi-valued. It means that same student, yeah, same student has got two phone numbers. So this becomes multi-valued. It means one attribute can have multiple values in it. Am I now clear? Ovia? Composite attribute, on the other hand, says, so it's a very different thing. Yeah? Do not mix up the things. It says that, see, it says, for example, if I explain you, okay. So, for example, we have got attribute full name. So, full name is a composite attribute because I can divide it into, let's say, first name, middle name, and last name. So if we combine these through three, it becomes full name. So that's what composite means. Yeah, that's what composite means. Multi-valued means that one attribute can have multiple values. But composite means that one attribute can be divided into multiple other attributes. Am I clear? Yeah, it is same as that of Workbench. Please make sure that you guys download and install MySQL. Shubham, again, derived is very different. Yeah, derived is different. So in case of derived, what we do is we create a formula. There's a formula behind the scenes. Composite, there's no formula. In case of derived, there's a formula. So composite is saying that, okay, I can be divided into these three. But let's say if I've got a formula, let's say I've got a derived one, let's say it says revenue. So let's say this is a derived one. And how are we calculating? We are calculating with price and quantity. So you're getting, this is a formula that is applied in order to get the derived attribute. So this cannot be splitted into parts. You cannot split them into parts. That will not make any logic, right? So if I give you 100 as a revenue, how can you split it into the parts? You can't split it into the parts. But if I give you, for example, Miss Mary John, this you can split. This you can split into first name, last name, etc. But if I calculate revenue, you cannot split it. So this is not composite. This is derived. How many entities are there? They no. So those who are saying two, it's not two. It's one. Can you see that yesterday we learned that entities are represented by the rectangle. And what is this? This is a relationship. So this is a relationship. So basically what it is saying is, now hear me out. It's very simple thing. So unary relationship is a relationship where the entity is related to itself. So it's a self relationship where an entity, a table is related to itself. So if I give you this example of employee, let's say that we have got the employee table. Now hear me out. It's very simple. So we have got the ID of the employee and then we have got the name of the employee. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4 and name I'll say A, B, C, D. Yep. I'm not writing the proper names. And here, let's say I've got one more attribute that is manager. So manager, maybe manager ID. So let's say that A's manager is D. So I will say 4. B's manager is again D. C's manager is let's say B, and D they no manager, yeah, no manager. So over here you can see that the table is related to itself. You're getting? So the table is related to itself. So here, because if I talk about the manager ID, you can see that if I tell you, okay, let me ask you the question. So can you tell me what is the name of the manager of A? What is the name of the manager of A? D, right? So this is what? This is self relationship where the table is related to itself. So here, because the entity is related to itself, we call it as unary relationship. Am I clear? Should I move forward to the next slide? It's a very simple one if you see. Now, what does binary means? So binary simply means more than, it means two, right? It means what? It means two. So here you can see that how many entities do we have? We have got two entities, customer and account. So where customer is related to the account. A customer can have accounts, right? So we have got the customer table and then we have got the account table. So this is what? This is a binary relationship. So it involves how many entities? It involves two entities. I hope I'm clear with this, that binary relationship simply involves two entities. It's a very simple one. Let me know if you want re-explanation for any of these. Okay. So how about ternary? So ternary is the relationship where you have got more than two entities. So basically where we have got three entities. Yeah, three entities involved. And think of entities for now as a table. Think of it that entities is nothing but the synonym of table. So over here, you can see that we have got three entities and all the three entities are related to each other. So employees works in a department, also employee works with the organization. So, and also an organization can have multiple departments. So there is a relationship between the three entities. So am I clear with this one? It's a simple one. Am I clear? Perfect. Now we'll move to a very interesting topic, the types of relationship. So we have got four types of relationship: one to one to many. So basically one to many and many to one is one of the same thing. Yeah? It's one of the same thing. So uh, you either write one to many or many to one. It's one of the same thing. So actually, I say that there are three type of relationship, but you'll see that in a lot of blogs they say that there are four type of relationship. So do not get confused. It's all about how you look at it, from left to right or right to left. That's the only thing. Anyways, we're going to talk about it. So allow me a second. So let's talk about one-to-one relationship. So what is one-to-one relationship? So if I give you this example, so here we have got the employee table and we have got the employee ID table. So what one-to-one relationship says that every single instance of one entity is connected to a single instance of another entity. So here when I say instance, what does that mean? It means nothing but the row or the record. So do not get confused what this instance is. It's nothing but the row or the record. So over here, if I talk about this one, this example that is being shown on PPT. So let's say I've got the employee table. Yep. I've got an employee table and there are some employees. And yes, I've got the employee ID also, let's say ID 1, 2, 3, 4. So here, let's say for every employee, like here also, employee ID is not a very good example. Rather, I'll say bank account. Yeah. So employees and their respective bank accounts. So here I've got the bank account table. Now, when it comes to salary, it's the companies usually ask you to give only one bank account details, right? You don't end up giving all the three, four that you're holding. So here you've got the bank account details. So again, the ID of the employee and some bank. Yeah. Let's say Citibank or HDFC and so on and so forth. So here the relation is one to one. Why? Because every single instance means every single row. So this is a single row. is connected to a single instance of the another entity. So it means this is connected to a single instance only. It means one instance is related to one instance. I repeat, one instance is related to only one instance of the other table. It's not that one instance is related to multiple instances on the other table. One instance is related to only one instance of the other table. So this is what? This is one-to-one. Am I clear what is one-to-one? If it is not 100% clear, to be very honest, once we see what others are, like one-to-many, etc., you'll able to understand. What does instance means? So instance means a row. Saranya, it means a row, one record. Yeah, so it doesn't mean the column, it means the row. I hope I've answered your question. So guys, am I clear what is one-to-one relationship? It's very simple one, but if still you have some confusion, I'm sure your confusion will be cleared once we see the other type of relationships that we have. Okay, now we'll look into the other one, that is one-to-many. So one-to-many is where a single instance of one entity is connected to several instances of the other entity. So what does that mean? What does that mean? Let's say over here you can see that we have got the customer table and then we have got the order table. So this is one table, let's say. So I'll just better create my own diagram over here for the better explanation. So let's say I've got the customer table. Now I'm just adding two columns. Maybe, yeah, let me add three columns. That's fine. So we have got the ID. Let me add only two. I think two would be suffice. Okay. And then we have got the customer name. So let's say ID 1, 2, 3, 4, customer name A, B, C, D. And here we have got the orders table. So order ID and the other things. Yeah. Let's say the product and etc. Whatever you can think of. So again, we have got some orders 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and so on and so forth. So here, in case of one-to-many, one customer can place multiple orders. Just like if I talk about Amazon. So you are the one customer, one account, right? And you can place multiple orders, right? So here also one instance, this is what? One instance. This is what? One instance is connected to multiple instance of the other table. So one record is connected to the multiple records, may or may not be connected to the multiple records of the other instance of the other entity. So this is what one-to-many. This is what one-to-many. So tell me, this is, just give me a second, I'll just write, this is a customer table, let's say, and this is the orders table. Now tell me which table is on the one side. Which table is on the one side? Customer. And which table is on the many side? Order. Perfect. Now, as I told you that one-to-many and many-to-one. So this is many-to-one actually. You can see over here. But whatever it is. Yeah, one-to-many or many-to-one. It's one of the same thing. It's just that if I put order over here on this side and if I put customer over here. So right now it's here it is one and here it is many, right? So it's just that if I put order over here, then one customer can order multiple, order multiple orders. So here we have got order, customer. So order is on the many side and customer is on the one side. So this is one-to-many or many-to-one. It's one of the same thing. It's just that you see it like this or this. I hope I'm clear with this point that one-to-many and many-to-one is nothing. It's just that right to left or left to right. Okay. So here also I think, see, they don't have the PPT. Oh no, they have the PPT. Anyways. So yeah. So anyways, we'll talk about many-to-many now. So many-to-many. Okay, before we maybe hop on to many. Let's make the class interactive. Why don't you give me some example of many to one or one to many? Any example. Now, guys, one more thing. So when you create the relationship between the two entities, it's not that it's a rule. Like when I say it's a rule, I mean to say that it's not that the employee will be on the many side, the department will be on the one side. This is what we see. So, but as per the requirement, you can keep any table on the many side and any table on the one side. I repeat, as per the business requirement, we can keep any table on the many side and any table on the one side. So it's not that it follows a rule that this has to be on the one side and this has to be on the many side. As simple as that, right? So now I want you guys to give me some examples of many to one or one to many. So I'll give you one example. Okay, I've started getting the examples. Yes, patient appointment date. Very good. Then, okay, I'm getting a lot of student subject, patient appointment, okay, student school, yes. One school, at least in India, yeah. One school can have many students. Now, that's always goes in India. A student never attends more than one school. At least that's how it is. For companies also, right? If let's say I'm working with IBM, so until unless I'm moonlighting, definitely that is not allowed. So one employee, sorry, one company being worked by one employee working in what I'm saying. So one company is can have multiple employees. Patient table, a medical test table, very good. Bank customer, right? Yes, very good. One nation, many states, very good. One state, many cities. One city, many colonies. Perfect. So now we'll move to many to many. One person, many bank accounts. Hmm. So many to many is when you have got, let's say, again, we have got the employee table and then we have got the project table. So one employee can work on multiple projects. Let's say we have got the projects, let's say, okay, I'll just name some of the projects that I've worked on, SunTrust, etc. So definitely, uh, there are situations in the company where one employee works in the multiple project, right? So you may end up working on multiple projects. Also, one project is most of the time being worked by multiple employees. So here it is one to many. So ABC can work on Amex, but A can also work on SunTrust. So it's what? Many to many. So I want you to contribute some examples on the chat, please, for many to many. One trainer, many students. One student can also get taught by multiple trainers. Yes, students and teachers, very good. Yes. So we have got a lot of examples on the chat. Perfect. Very good, everyone. So it is saying that you have to construct an ER diagram to understand the process of ER models. Now, this is something that we have learned yesterday, right? So maybe I would not like to give you 10-15 minutes because that's too much of time. So maybe you can take 10 minutes to construct a simple ER diagram so that you'll able to remember that are the different shapes used for different things that we have got in the ER diagram. So maybe I'll give you 10 minutes. You can construct, if you're using paint, you can also send the screenshot to us on the chat. You can also use pen and paper, but not more than 10 minutes. If you're not able to finish it in the class, you can take it up after the class. And guys, once you're done, if you've got some extra time left, please open your MySQL workbench. You can open it on your machines if you have downloaded and installed. And you can either, or you can open the lab. You can use the lab. So topic of ER diagram, you can take anything. You can take maybe um, a training company. So they want you to construct some database. So you can include trainers, courses, all of these things, or you can choose anything from your domain also. So if you're from finance domain, you can choose anything from there. Rajpal, that was too quick. Okay, so you have taken it perfect. So this is for the hospital. Okay, that's from your project. Got it, got it. Yes, we have got a lot of tools. So I've used Lucid Chart, and you can use MySQL Workbench also. So there are many. I think Canva also we can use. And for Microsoft also, we have got Microsoft Visio. Ravindra has shared one. Okay, great. Student enrolls in course. That was a very small one, but good job, Ravindra. So Anuj, yesterday Rakshita guided you on the same. Were you present in yesterday's class? Okay. No, ER diagrams are not that important because you're not anyways going to develop or design the database. You're going to use it. But you should definitely understand ER diagrams. So guys, till you're doing it, allow me a minute. I'll just try accessing the lab. It seems like I do not have access to it yet. So we are on this slide. Siddesh, we are on this slide. So those who are done, please launch the lab. because I'm going to take some little bit more theory and then we are going to do the practical. So I want everyone to be online. That's their choice, Viplav. Right. We can't do it. Like, that's their choice. So this was the assignment exercise that we had to perform in the class. Okay, we'll wait for another 2 minutes and then we'll continue with our learning. Done, everyone? So here's a quick check. I want everyone to answer. Let me, yeah. Why we just read it. These diagrams are different from the slides that you have. Okay, so I've got these slides from Simplilearn, guys, and we are not going to learn from slides. It's a theory part, so we are using slides, but we'll be hardly using the slides. So do not worry about all these slides and all. SQL is not about slides. So, but anyways, I'll check with Simplilearn because the slides that I'm using are of Simplilearn only. So the answer is A, guys. What does it says? Each entity in entity set. So here each entity means each instance, each record can be associated with at most one entity in entity set B. So basically one instance in table A can be associated with one instance in table B and vice versa. So the answer is 1 to 1. Now we'll quickly cover cardinality also. So what do you understand by cardinalities? So this is very similar to what we have just covered. But when I say, what does cardinality means? Cardinality means how many in a relationship, how many. So cardinality tells, just give me a second. So basically cardinality tells that how many rows of one table can be related to rows of another table. So how many rows of one table can be related to rows of another table. Now, we just learned about that, a table, we can have tables and suppose there is a one row. So one row can be related to only one row of another table, or one row can have can be related to multiple rows of another table. So cardinality is like going one step deeper and telling about that if this is a row, this can have what all values, or this can be connected to what all rows of the another table. Yep. So a relationship cardinality is a number of occurrence of the entity that can be associated with another entity. So basically, cardinality will tell. Suppose you have got a row. Maybe I'll give you the example in the next on the next slide. But it will give you the minimum and the maximum cardinality. So let me go to the next slide and then I'll explain you. That would be better. So if you see over here, the cardinality is represented over here. So it says 0, which is the minimum cardinality, and n is a maximum cardinality. Here also 0 is a minimum cardinality and 1 is a maximum cardinality. So what does it says? So it says, let's say I've got some developers in my company. Yeah. So ID and name. In the same way, let's say I've got some projects. So project ID and the name of the project. So I'll just quickly write 1, 2, 3, 4, A, B, C, D. Here for the projects also we have got some IDs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And maybe some project P1, P2 and P3. So what does this cardinality signifies? Let's look into that. So let's say that A is the developer, but E is not working on any of the project right now. So we have got two tables. Now E may not be working in any of the project. So 0 means that it is possible that any instance of this entity, any row of this entity is not related to any row of this entity. So I repeat, let's assume that A is not working. Yeah, A is not working on any of the project. So A is a new hire in the company. Until now, the A is not being allocated to any project. So 0 means minimum. So it means that we can have some developers who are not involved in any project. N means maximum. It means that a developer, so B, can work on n number of projects, multiple projects. So that's what it means. 0 means we can have developers with no projects. Also, we can have developers who are working on multiple projects. Now here 0 and 1 means again the same thing. Now let's say P3 is a new project and right now there are no developers allocated to P3. So it means that we can have any project, we can have any instance in the project table which doesn't have relationship or which doesn't have any connection with any of the other instance in the developer table. So we can have a project with no developers. So that's what 0 means, a project with no developers in this example. 1 means, well, that's quite weird because that doesn't happen in real life, but yeah. So 1 means that a project can have maximum 1 developer. So here let's say that the company is maintaining the projects which are very, very small projects. Yeah, very small project, just need 1 developer project. So it means a project can have 0 developers, or at max the project can have 1 developer, and that's why what is this? It is 1. So B is working on 1, 2, 3. Also B is working in 4, 5, 6. But one project cannot be worked by multiple developers. So am I clear what this 0, 1, 0 and denotes? Yeah, ideally should be n for both, but fine. Anyways, we have understood it. That is more important. So am I clear what does cardinality means? What does 0 and 0, 1 means? You can just read through this slide, but please confirm if I'm clear or not. I've just got 1 yes. Clear? Perfect. So still I'll just wait for a minute. You can just read through it. It's a very simple thing. So if you see these numbers, do not get scared. It's very simple thing. Minimum and maximum. Sometimes when we see all of these things, we get scared. Oh, there might be some maths involved, some complicated maths. But that's not the case. So I'll quickly repeat one more time. Over here, the cardinality is represented like this, 0 n. So 0 is what the minimum number and n is what the maximum number. So minimum is, what does minimum number means? It means now we have got this table developer and we have got this table project. So 0 means that we can have some developer with no projects related to it. So let's say that A is not working on any of the project. A is a new hire in the company. Until now, A has not been given any project. So I can have a developer with no project, not related to even a single project. So that is very much possible. N means a developer can work on multiple projects. So B can work on 1, 2, 3. B can be related to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9. So that is very much possible. Okay. So this is what 0 and n means. Now here it says 0 and 1. So what does that mean? It means, again, you can have a project. So let's say this is a new project. Till now, no developer is working on this project. So think of it as Upwork. Yeah, on Upwork, you see that you got a lot of projects with no developer assigned, right? So we can have the project with no developer. So 0 means that a project, it is possible to have a project with no developer. So this instance is not related to any of the instance of the developer table. So this instance 0 means it is possible to have instances not having relationship with the instances of the other entity. 1 means maximum. So maximum means it says that one project can be worked by only one developer. So 456 is worked by B. So that's all. You cannot have C also working on 456. It says that maximum one instance can have a relationship with maximum one instance of the developer table. So one instance, one row can have relationship with only one row of the developer table. So minimum is 0, either no relationship or at max one row. Am I clear now? Manjula, Fatima, Anibrata. It's a simple one. Still, maybe I'll just wait for 30 seconds. You can quickly reread this slide. So you can read what it says over here. You can read what it says over here. So if you have little bit confusion here and there, if you just read the slide, maybe it will get clear. No, it's not about many to many relationship over here, Sai. It's about cardinality. Right now, we are learning that how cardinality works. And if you ask me, it should be one to many, not many to many. Yes, 0, 1 is only for the project table. So one project, a ripple. So 0, one project can have 0 developers or one developer, not many. What number do you see over here? 1, right? So either 0 or 1 developer. So yes. So Anibrata, if you have got a project with many developers, it would have been 0, comma n. I hope I've answered all the questions on the chat. Guys, if I miss out any of the question, please make sure that you repost your question. Okay, so we are done with, definitely we are done with the theory part. So that's a good thing. Now what we are going to do is, I'll just give you the very, very brief of the whole thing, that how you can create the database, how you can create a table, how you can insert the data into the table. And then later on, we'll deep dive into each and everything. For database also, what all commands we have. For tables, what all commands we have. So we are going to deep dive into everything. But for now, for 10, 15, 20 minutes, let's practice, or let's see the holistic view of using MySQL. So I want everyone to launch their MySQL workbench. So I'm using Windows. So what you have to do is you have to search for MySQL Workbench. You have to open it. Now you can launch the labs. So yesterday, Rakshita helped you with the launching of the lab. If you're still facing any issues, you can post it on the chat. We'll see if we can help you right away. Otherwise, at the end of the session, please make sure that you're vocal about it, that you're not able to use the lab. Because if you're not able to use the lab, then you're not able to do the hands-on in the class. So I'll try to give you at least some hands-on, if not all the time. Like at least sometimes I'll try to give you the hands-on, if not all the time. So your labs should definitely be working. So it's not that if your labs are not working, you're not able to learn with me. Of course, you're able to learn with me, but then you have to practice after the session. But yeah, you always have to practice after the session, whether your labs are working or not. So please make sure if your labs are not working, you're vocal about it. And if you have to share your screen and show us, then we can allow you at the end of the session to share your screen and we will try to solve the issues with your lab. So I want to see if you done on the chat once you are done with opening the lab. So password is same for everyone. I think the password, guys, what's the password? I think it's PASSWORD. Is it double one and exclamation mark, or is it one? Okay. So see, everybody's helping you with the password. You can use the same password. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. I want to see more dones. I want everyone to launch the lab. I want everyone to be on the same screen. You can just write D also. Workbench is fine. Definitely fine. So workbench is what? It's a UI way of working with the databases. You can also work with the databases via commands, command prompt, right? CMDs. So that is definitely not how we work with the databases. We always use Workbench because that's more friendly and easier to use. I'll wait for a minute, no issues. No, I don't need any preloaded data. We'll create the database. And anyways, if you preload the data also, guys, if you're using the lab provided to you by Simplilearn, so it gets refreshed in every 5 hours. So if you add anything to it, it will get deleted in every 5 hours. So every time we are going to add the data for every class. Done, everyone? Fine. Now you can see that we have got one schema. Now this is a default schema. So schema is nothing but in MySQL, it is like a database. Now what is a database? You already know. Database is it's like the wardrobe, it's like the library which can store which can store the data for you digitally. So we are going to create the database. Just give me a second. Yeah, if you're using your personal laptops, as I told you yesterday also, it is better that you install MySQL rather than using the labs because uh, it will be easier for you to access it. So, Anibrata, it's not when you are downloading or installing the SQL. Yeah, it's not only about next, next, next. There are some settings that you have to do. So please make sure that you go through the video which I shared yesterday. Today also I've shared it multiple times. So please go through that video. Now, if you do not have the software installed, if you do not have the software ready for you to do the hands-on, please do not start installing it right now. You can write down the notes. Maybe you're not able to do the hands-on with me, but you can always write down those notes. You can stay with me in the class and you can do the installation, etc. after the class. But please make sure that you concentrate in the class. Just because you're not able to practice, that's very much okay. Yeah, you can write down the comments. So it's okay if you're not able to type it. You can always write it. Okay. So the password has already been shared by everyone. I'm resharing the password for the labs. Oh, I have no idea about this thing, Shri. I have no idea about, yeah, this thing. Unable to launch the remote. So, Shri, you can try it with yeah. So you can try later. Just after some time, just retry it. So, guys, let's get started. Again, if you're facing any issues with the lab, you can keep it parked for now. So I'll try to finish everything by 10 today, 10:5, so that we can take up your questions on the lab. So you can share your screen and we'll try to help you out. So let's continue with our learning for today. And as I told you, if you're having issues with the lab that is provided to you all by Simplilearn, if you're using your personal laptop, please download and install MySQL. So I will not be using lab. I'll be using MySQL on my personal laptop because I'm more comfortable like this. So the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to create a database. So as I told you that today, I'm going to give you the holistic view of creating the database, the tables, inserting the data into the table, and then querying the table. But after that, we are going to deep dive into each and everything. So in order to create the database, in order to create the database, we start with the command create. So we are going to write the SQL in order to talk to the DBMS. Now I want to tell DBMS that I want to create the database. So I'm writing the SQL command in order to create the database. So I'll say create database and I can give any name to my database, but this has to be as create a database only. So you cannot have anything else. These are the keywords. Whatever you see in blue are the keywords, and you have to make sure that you write the statements like this. So, and then you can give any name to your database. So let's say that I give the name to my database as school. Yeah. And then see, I can always end my comment using the uh, what do we call this? No, it's there are no limitation. You can use uppercase and lowercase both. Yeah, using semicolon. Thank you so much. So I can end it. And if I don't end it also, if I've just got one SQL command, it will still run. Now, in order to run it, we have got this button. Can you see this icon, a small icon? Let me increase the size. I think the size is already increased. Just give me a second. Yeah, I think the size is already increased. So anyways, so this is the button that you need to use in order to execute a command. So if I just hover on it, it says execute the selected portion of the script or everything if there is no selection. So if I'm not selecting anything, yeah, I'm not selecting anything. If I execute it, it will execute everything, each and every line of code, each and every word that is written on my SQL file. This is what? This is a SQL file. You can say SQL file. So because I've got the previous SQL file, in my case, it shows 6. In your case, you're using it for the first time, it might be showing 1. So I'm going to run it. Once I run it, over here, you just simply have to expand the lower panel and you'll see that create database school, one row affected, and you can see this in green. It means that the database has been successfully created. So if you see in red, it means there was some error when you were creating the database. Guys, please make sure that you are attentive in the class. Otherwise, what will happen is that you may get some errors because you're quite good in number. So if you're not attentive, then you may get the errors that I can always resolve. But if I get a lot of queries from you guys just because you're not attentive, then I will not able to cover everything, whatever I want to cover as a part of this training. So I don't want to cover anything on the surface level. I want to deep dive into the topics. I want to make sure that you understand how things are working. So for that, I have only one request from all of you. Just be attentive, because if you're attentive, I'm 100% sure you'll able to learn it. SQL is very easy. So you can see that the database has been created. In my case, I've got the other commands. So if you have noticed, I was deleting the databases. So these are because of that. But yeah, the database has been created. So I want you guys to create the database and let me know when done. So you can just write D also instead of writing the whole done. So few dones will give me help. So it's okay. I'll come to that where you can see the database. Right now, I just want you to be sure that the command that you have written is executing successfully or not. So just that you have to write this command, Rajni. Yeah, so you have to create a new SQL file in case if your new SQL file is not open by default. So this is from where you have to open the new SQL file. And this is a command that you have to run. Once you run, this is a command that you have to write. Once you're done with writing the command, you can run it from here. Okay. I'll come to that. Output, I know that you're not able to see the output. So just hold your horses. We'll talk about that also. Now I can see that most of you are done with running it. And I hope that over here you see a successful message, this green button, this green icon. Yep. So the database is not appearing over here. So if you see over here, schemas, think of it, schemas are nothing but the synonyms of databases. So in MySQL. So the database is not appearing over here. So what you have to do is you have to refresh it. So this is what you have to press. This is what you have to click on in order to see the database. Now you can see that the database has appeared. So you get to see the output now. So those who are saying that unable to see the output, I hope that you guys are able to see the database created. Now guys, maybe this panel is also collapsed for you. So please make sure that you expand it. I'll wait for a few seconds. Output window. So you have to scroll up. It might be collapsed like this. So you literally have to expand. Okay, one more thing. You can go to view, you can go to panels, and over here, guys, please make sure that you're looking at my screen. So see, output area, I can hide it. So maybe your output area is hidden. So what you can do is you can go to view, you can go to panel, and you can say show output area. My schema tab is not there. You're talking about this one. So I'm not sure for this one side. Okay, yeah. So in view, you can see just check, go to panel and click on show sidebar. I hope I've answered the queries, or the queries on the chat. So guys, if it's okay, if you're not able to see the sidebar, or if you're not able to see the output panel, you can still continue practicing with me. And we'll see at the end of the session what is the problem. I'll ask you to share your screen and we'll look into it. At least you can start writing the queries, because I've told you that these could be the problems. Still you're not able to see, then you have to share your screen. Okay, so at least you can write the code. Fine. Now, see, this database is created. So you have to use the database. Basically, you have to select the database. So how would you select the database? How would you select the database? In order to select the database, now hear me out. Either you can double click on the database. See, if I double click, it got selected. Or what I can do is I can run the command. So just delete the previous command and you can run the command use the name of the database. School, that's the name of the database. You can run it and then it will basically select the database. So how you'll get to know that this database is selected? So you can see that this is in bold. So as soon as any database shows in bold, it means that this database is selected, and whatever you're going to write or whatever queries that you're going to perform will be performed on this database. So just double click on the database, or you can, I would suggest you to write this command use and the name of the database. Done? Is everyone done? Now we are going to create the table. Now before we go ahead and create the table, I would like to show you that, see, you can collapse and expand the database. Now database has got something called tables. So these are the entities. Yeah, so we were using the word entities. So tables, views, stored procedures, functions, these are the entities. So in your curriculum, you have got tables and views. So we are going to cover these two. So first we'll talk about the tables, because we're going to cover everything related to the tables. View is a very small topic. It's a short topic that we are going to cover later on. So what we are going to do is, just give me a second. School is not highlighted, but command executed successfully. Just double click on it, Sheila. So Rajpal, I'll come to that question. So you'll get to know all of these things. Yeah, hold your horses, everyone. Today is the second day of the class and we've just started coding. You learn everything. Fine. Now what we are going to do is, right now you can see that we do not have even a single table in our database. So we are going to create the table, and guys, as I told you, please don't worry about not able to see the output panel, not able to see the schema panel. We'll see to that at the end of the session. Right now, just focus on the learning. So I've already helped you with it, but if those options are not working, then I have to look at your screen and then I have to help you. Okay. So we are going to create the table. So how do we create the table? So in order to create the table, we write the command create. So you can make it uppercase, lowercase, everything is okay. So let me make it uppercase. So create table. And then I'm going to give the name of the table. Now I want everyone to see my screen. Then I'll give you time. Yeah. Now this is the name of the table. Now you know a table can have multiple columns in it. Yeah, a table can have multiple columns in it. So how do we define the column? We give the column name. ID is a column name. And then we give the data type of the column. So yesterday when I was teaching you the different type of database that are available in the market, I told you that RDBMS is very strict. It means that you cannot play around with the data. Like if you've got 4 columns, you have to stick to the 4 columns. Then a column also has a data type. When I say data type, what does that mean? It means the type of data a column can hold. So ID can hold integer, int. Int means integer data type. So we are going to learn about all the different type of data types also later. So for now, this much of knowledge is more than enough. Okay, the next column is, let's say, full name. And full name has a data type varchar. It has got the data type varchar. Then let's say age, and age has got the data type int. Yeah, age is always a number. So varchar, what does varchar means? Sorry, varchar, we also have to define the number of characters that this column can take. So what does 50 means? That at max, the full name can be of 50 characters. So if your full name is more than 50 characters, the table will say no, I cannot take it. So it can take characters, and at max it can accommodate 50 characters. Moving ahead, the next column is city, and here is the data type of the city. It's again, let's say 50. Yeah, varchar 50. And my table, the code for the table, creating the table is ready. So just give me a second. I'll just quickly look into the chat. Vidya, what you're saying is right. Varchar can accommodate numeric values as well as alphanumeric values, but it is always considered as a string. So what I mean to say is that this is a number. But if you give 3 in varchar, it will take it like this. So how it is going to hold it, that's matter. So it will uh, make 3, yeah, it will take 3 not as a number but as a string. Yeah, this is a string. So like this. So anyways, the code uh, string and varchar is same. Yeah, it's a technical language. So string means text. So if I say string or if I say text, it's all about the data type. Yeah, or if I say varchar. So in SQL, we say varchar, right? In Python, we say string. Text, we don't say in any of the language, computer language I'm talking about. So they can hold strings. Strings can be anything, yeah? It can be anything. It can be this, it can be number, it can be anything like this. So anyways, I'm going to simply remove this. Now I'm going to run this command. You can see that it got created, and I have to refresh in order to see the table created. Now, if I just expand it, you can see the table has been created. So I want everyone to run this command. I'll wait for a minute, for 2 minutes. Now guys, please make sure if it is showing error, you also read the error. So please delete the above commands that we have run before. Or what you can do is, let me, so maybe this time I'm not going to delete the command. So I'll show you how does the error look like. So what I've done is I've created the table. The next thing the next thing, come on, think about it. We are done with creating the table. Now we are going to insert the data into the table. You don't need to use the table as such, just like DB databases. So we are going to insert the data. So Aviral, you can share the screenshot on the chat. So I'll look into it. What is the problem? So in order to insert the data, we run insert into command. So insert into the name of the table. The name of the table is students. Now I can give the columns of the table. Now that is optional. We'll come to that later. But right now, as I told you, it's just a helicopter view of everything. A small snippet of SQL, how we can create the table, insert the data into the table and query the table. So anyways, I'm going to give the column names. SQL is not case sensitive. And then I can give the values. So in values, let's say ID is 1. Now it's a varchar, it means it's a string, it's a text. So I'm going to give it in the single quotes. Amit, age, any age, and city. Comma, I can give multiple values. So I'm just copy pasting it. So let's say ID is 2, the name is Reha. Okay, anything and Mumbai. In the same way, I can insert more and more records. So I have to add comma, then again I can insert more records. 3. Okay, I'm okay with it. Yeah. So you can see that I'm done with writing the command for inserting the data into the table. So this will insert 3 rows into the table. Now guys, I'm intentionally going to throw the error. So please make sure that you look at my screen because you may also get the same errors again and again. So please understand how things are working. So right now, if I execute it, you can see that it is giving me error. So I want you guys to tell me what is the error. What is the problem? So I'll tell you the problem. The first problem is that, first of all, student table is already created. So that's okay. I'll talk about the first problem. So there is a problem with the syntax. The syntax is, hear me out. This is a separate command and this is a separate command. Yeah, this is a separate command. So see, it's a machine. I have to tell that this command is separate and this command is separate. Right now, it is making both the commands, it is taking both the commands as one command. So how I can do this separation? By adding semicolon. As soon as I add this semicolon, you can see that the error that I was getting, you can see the error that I was getting over here, it will get resolved because I've added the semicolon. So this was a first problem. Now let me rerun it. Again, it will throw error. So see, now you're able to understand what the error is. Table student already exists. So basically what is happening, when I'm running it, it is executing this statement. But the problem is that the student is already there in this database. Student table is already there. So it is saying me that student table is already there. So that is the problem. So anyways, I don't want to run this because I already have the student table. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run only this command. So see, I have to select this command and I have to click on run. So I told you that when you just click on it, it will run each and everything that you have. So that's what it says. If you go over here and hover, that's what it says. Or what you can do is you can simply select the code that you want to run. So here I'm selecting this code and I'm going to run it. Perfect. You can see that it got run and the data is inserted into the table. Okay. So I want everyone to try this. Yeah, there are some shortcut keys also. You can just Google the shortcut keys. I'm very bad with remembering the keys. They must, I think it's control. I have to Google, yeah. So this is a question that is asked to me in every batch and I tend to forget the answer. Yeah, so I'll help you. Just give me a second. I can also Google. So Ekta, in your case, the database is not selected. So you can just double click on this database. The shortcut is Control plus Enter to run the query. Control plus Enter. So space, whenever you have a new word, you're going to give this space, Shweta. So here, ID. Now I'm not giving any space. I'm just giving comma. Then full name. Then again comma. And so on and so forth. Yeah, Aparna, you can just run the command use school. If you're not able to see the tab, this left panel, just you run this command use school and then create the table. So guys, let me know when you're done with inserting the data. Also, I'm sharing the code on the chat. I'll wait for a few more. So Fatima, please share the screenshot. If it is not working, I'll check the screenshot. So guys, we'll wait for another 1 minute. Is it control plus shift plus enter? Okay. I just did chat GPT, showed control plus enter. Done. What about codes? So you're going to use the codes for the varchar, Shweta. So whenever you're writing the strings are always represented in computer, in machines, uh, whether you're writing SQL or whether you're working on Python, C, C++, strings are always denoted with quotes. It can be single quotes or double quotes, but the strings are always encapsulated in quotes. Always remember this. So, okay, Shri, so you can try working. Okay, got it, Shri. So, control plus shift plus enter. Now, definitely you have entered so much of data. Here, I've got 3 rows of data. I would like to query the data. So, yes, I'm going to write the query. So, here we go, guys. So, I'm writing in the same file. Select star. So, star means all the columns, from the name of the table. What is the name of the table? The name of the table is students. Again, please highlight it and then run it. Do not just run it without highlighting it. Otherwise, if you have the previous code, this will also run and you may get error that the table already exists and so on and so forth. So please highlight it and run it. Done, everyone? Now, how you can drop the database? So we'll see to that also. Okay, I'll just wait for another 1 minute. So Fatima, I cannot see any problem with your code. You have to send me the screenshot of the error that you're getting. So maybe you do not have the student table created, or maybe I think the database is not selected. There could be some problem. So unless you do not send me you also do not send me the screenshot of the error, I may not able to help you. So right now, what I can see is that you have written the right code. So there is no problem with your code, Fatima. Yes. So Vidya, as I told you, we are going to look into all these commands again. Right now, it was just a glimpse of it, and we are going to deep dive into these commands. So that time I'll tell you that what are the other ways of inserting the data. Okay. So everyone, you can drop the database. If when you drop the database, definitely your tables will also get dropped. Whatever you have got inside the database will also get dropped. So one way is that you right click on it and you drop it. So right now I do not want you guys to do it in this way because you're learning. So I want you guys to write the commands as much as possible. So yeah, this is one of the way I was doing this. I got a lot of database. If you saw, I was dropping all my databases to have a clear, clean screen for all of you. So I'm going to drop the database. So whatever we have created, we are going to drop it, as simple as that. So how do we drop it? You have to run the drop command, drop database. Now again, it is giving error. Why? Because I have not separated the two commands using the semicolon. Okay, drop database and then the name of the database. Yeah, I am going to select it and then I'm going to run it. So do not get bugged by it. I know that we tend to get bugged by it. So please do not get annoyed by it. You can keep writing the code and keep understanding the concepts. Fine. So we have created the database. Let me end this command with the help of semicolon. Mhm. Now I'm going to drop the database. So drop database and again the same database DB100. So we are going to rerun the commands in order to understand the working of it. So I'm simply highlighting it and I'm executing it. The database has been dropped. Now, if I again execute this thing, let's see what happens. So why don't you guess what will happen? So the database has already been dropped. So if I rerun it, what do you think? What will happen? Error, no error. How about others? So guys, I'm not expecting the right answer. I'm asking you to take a wild guess that what will happen. Make a wild guess. Drop database DB100. Okay, let's do it. You can see that it is giving error. Why it is giving error? Because it says, oh, you're asking me to delete something that doesn't exist. So machine doesn't understand, like we are having that history that we have created it and dropped it and blah blah blah. But machine says, oh, you want me to drop a database, but I cannot find it. I cannot find this database. So that is why we are getting the error. So what you can do is you can add if not exist, the same keywords. So if you add this, then, sorry, if exist, drop database if exist. If this database exists, then drop it. If doesn't exist, that's okay. Yeah. So now if I run it, it will show me warning. So I want everyone to try this command. Is everyone done? If not done, let me know. So whenever I'm asking you to do the hands-on, make sure that you do the hands-on. It's not that I'm going to ask you to do the hands-on every single time, because we also have to make sure that we cover the curriculum and we cover the maximum concept. But I'll try to give you as much as hands-on as possible in the class. Now, let's recreate the database. Right now, it's like we do not have even a single database. So let's recreate it. So Shireen will look into this problem. At the end of the session, I'll ask one of you to share the screen and we'll look into this problem. So please do not get bothered about the same. Fine. Now let's say I'm deleting this drop database if exist. Now I want to know that what are database I've got in my machine, in my, sorry, not machine, in my workbench. So let me do one thing. Let me create another database. So DB100 I created before, and now I've created DB200. So just for the sake of creating, I'm creating two databases. So you can also go ahead and quickly create the two databases. Fine. Now let's say that you want to know that what all databases you have got in your MySQL. So what you can do is you can run the command show databases. So this will show you all the databases that you've got in your DBMS. So see, we have got these databases. Now you'll see some extra databases. For example, you'll see information schema, performance schema, system. Anyways, you can see over here. So these are system defined databases. And maybe I'll tell you about these databases, not today, but yeah, in one of the class, that what these databases store. So today is definitely not the right day to tell you about these things. But yeah, we're definitely going to talk about these system-based databases. Oracle, I've never worked on with, yeah, show databases. So I've never worked on Oracle and Postgres. I've just worked on MySQL and SQL Server. So you can Google it if it works on Oracle or not. Or if you want, I can Google and I can tell you the answer. Okay, no problem. Fine. In the same way, let's say that, okay, I'm going to use the database. So I'll say use DB200. I'm using this database. Now, once I'm done with using this database, I would like to create this table and insert some data into the table. So basically, I'm using this database and then I'm creating the table and I'm inserting the data into the table, into this database. So this we have performed previously also. You can see that the table has been created and the data has been inserted into it. So I'm just copy pasting this code on the chart. You can also go ahead and use any of the database and you can create the table into the database and insert the data into the table. So I'll wait for 2 minutes. Go slow, no need to hurry. Like this is your first coding class as such. But later on, you'll get used to it. So please make sure that you do not come without practicing in the next class. Okay. So Fatima, first of all, see, I asked you to create multiple databases. In my case, I've created two. So first of all, I'm using this database. So I ran this command and then I've created this table and inserted the data into the table. So you can copy paste this command from the chart. I've shared on the chart. and you can run it so that you have got a table created. Yeah, you've got a table created into this database, Fatima. Done, everyone? Now, I would like to see the tables that are the part of this database, DB200 in my case. So what I can run is, I can run this command, show tables. So this will show me all the tables that exist in DB200. So right now I've just got one table, but had I got more than one table, it would have shown me the name of all the tables. The table is not creating. So Mohammed, please make sure that you also use the database, the name of your database. Make sure that you run this command before creating the table. Done, everyone? So we are done with all the major database commands. So now we are going to learn about the data types in SQL. So if you remember, when I was telling you to create the table, when I was teaching you how you can create a table, I told you that for every column, you also have to tell the data type. The data type is what? The type of data the column can hold or will hold. So here we go. We are going to learn about the different data types that we have in MySQL. Now, before we get on to that, I will just quickly tell you that how you can save your code. So one of you was asking me that, Tulika, this code we have written, how we can save it? So how you can save it is, can you see the save button over here? So all you have to do is, now all of these things are something that if you just try it by yourself, you'll able to do it. Because we all are using laptops, yep, since ages. So a lot of options are same for every application. So you can go over here, you can go to file, maybe here, do we have the save option? Yeah, we have got the save option over here also. This is a shortcut, save script as. So the same options we have got. So what you can do is you can click on it and maybe you can save it. So I'll just quickly show you and then I'll give you time to just try it at your end. So let's say MySQL 100. This is what I'm saving this file. Now I'll just quickly show you on the desktop. Okay, yeah, this is the file, the MySQL 100. Now if I want to open it, how can I open it? Let me close it. How can I open it? Just like how you use any other software. Yeah, the first thing is if you want to open something, you go to the file. So here also I'll go to the file and you can see open SQL script. And I literally have to find where I've saved it. Yeah, here we go. And I'll open it. So in this way, you can save the SQL scripts that you're writing. So maybe I'll wait for 2 minutes. You guys can just try saving the SQL script file. Fine. Now we are going to look into the different type of data types that we have got in MySQL. So I want everyone to see my screen and please make sure that you listen to me. Very important. So the first data type that you can see is char. So char simply means characters. Yeah, when I say character, you can say text, string, whatever you want to call it. So char data type is a fixed length string. It's a fixed length string. It can take the values, like you can have the char data type, the column can take 0 characters. So that's a minimum range, or maximum range is 255 characters. Yeah. Now, when I say it's a fixed length string, what does that mean? It means hear me out. So if I write, let's say ID, and if I say char, and if I give 2, so it means that ID, when I insert the values, when I insert the data into the table in the ID column, it has to be of 2 characters. Yeah, it has to be of 2 characters. So 1, 2, 1, 3, 3, 4. So you're getting, again, I'll give you one more example. So let's say that I create a column. Let's say the column is, okay, I'll create the column code. Yes, state code. And I give the char as a data type and I give 3. It means that whenever I insert the values, insert the data into this column, it has to be fixed length. See, it says it has to be fixed length, means that it has to be fixed length. So I have to give 3 characters only. Yeah, 3 characters only. Or let's say if I give anything else, let's say something else. So I'm just thinking of something which will have the text as such. Okay, so I'll just say state only. Yeah. Again, I give, or maybe let me give month. Yeah, months. Now I create a column months and I give the data type as char, and then I give it the length of 3. It means that whenever I insert the data, it will have the values like this. So if I try to insert this, it will give error. Or if I try to insert M, it will give error. If I try to insert MA, it will give error. So it means that we have to adhere to the length. It is fixed length. It means that it will not take more than this and it will not take less than this. Am I clear with char? I've given you multiple examples. Am I clear? Very simple. Now let's talk about varchar. So what do you think var stands for what? What does this stands for? Variable, right. So here it is what? Variable characters. It means that when I create a column of varchar data type, and let's say this is a column and I say varchar 100, it means that it can take the characters up to 100. So let's say I create a column name. The data type is varchar, and if I give, let's say 50 over here, it means that when I insert the values into this column, I can give anything. I can give Tulika, which is of 6 characters. I can give Ravi, which is of 4 characters. And I can give a very big name, which is of 50 characters. But if I give a very big name, with, let's say, which is of 60 characters, then it will go error. So it is telling us the upper limit, that the upper limit is 50. You cannot go beyond 50, but you can choose any number within 50. It can be 1, 2, 3, 4, any number for that matter. So this is what varchar is. Yeah, this is what varchar is. Just give me a second. And you'll see that you end up using varchar a lot. Now, some of the data types you're going to use 90% of the time. So varchar is one of the data types. INT is one of the data types. Anyways, let's talk about text. So see, varchar says that I can accommodate characters up to 255 only. So that's my upper limit. So if you have a very big something, let's say you have a description, let's say you want to capture reviews, you know that on the products we have got the reviews of the customer. So varchar is saying that no, oh, I can capture only 255 characters. I can't go beyond it. That's not in my nature. So what you can do is, for a column like review or description, you can simply make it text. So text can accommodate large text data. Large text data. The next one in our list is blob. So what does blob means? Blob is binary large object. So do not get uh, petrified with this term. Yep, this is a very common term that is used in the technical world. So blob simply means any file for that matter. It can be any CSV, text file, Excel file, it can be image, yeah, it can be etc. So any file is called as a blob file. So you can also have blob files inserted in your tables. So for that, you need to create the column with the data type blob. Int, you already know that int says integer, and this is a limit of it. You don't need to remember the limit, but it can take negative numbers and positive numbers as well. Positive you have seen, it can take negative numbers as well. Now, if you want, if you know that your column is going to store the integer and the integer is going to be very small in number, right? It's going to be very small in number. So usually, let's say age. Yeah, age, you know that age cannot go beyond maybe 120, not more than this. You know that. Yeah, that 120 is also like a very high age that I'm talking about. So what you can do is you can go with tiny int instead of int. So let's say that you want to save salary. So for salary, int is uh, you can go with int. But when it comes to age or the numbers that you're going, you know that they're going to be very small. So you can go with tiny int, small integer. Now let's say that you have got really big integer, really big integer. You're talking about the revenues of the companies like Amazon or what Tesla. We have got so many companies with really huge revenues. So int may fail because again it has got some upper limit. So then you can go with big int. Okay, we can ignore this thing. Let's talk about float. So float is what? Float can store decimal. See, integer cannot store something like this. No. If you want to store decimals, if you want to store decimal data, then you can go with float. Yeah, you can go with float. Double is again for the decimal. Yeah, you can, double is also for the decimal numbers. But double is high precision, whereas float is less precision. So what does that mean? What do you think what high precision and low precision means? What does precision means? It has nothing to do with MySQL. What does precision means? So precision simply means precision, sorry, simply means, just give me a second, I'll write it. Yeah. So it means precision over here. So what does it mean? It means the total number of digits stored. I'll write it over here. Total number of digit stored. Yeah, total number of digits stored. So see, when I say float, yeah, when I say float, so float says that, suppose in case of float, let's say that you have got a number like this. So I'll just write a big number, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, something like this. Yep. So what float would do, it will simply round it off. Yeah, it will round it off and it will store something like this, maybe. Yep. 5 and then 7. So it will round it off. Now double will also round it off, but it will round it off at the higher precision. So it will maybe do till here and then it will round it off. Something like that. Yeah. Then it will round it off. So it's all about how many digits both of these get stored. So float has less precision. It means that if you have got a big number, it may round it off like this. And double has got higher precision where the number get, rounded off like this. So that's what it means. Yeah, that's what it means. I hope I'm clear. So higher precision means more accurate digit stores, and lower means fewer digits stored. Fine. Moving ahead, we have got Boolean. So anybody who doesn't know about Boolean, you can be very, very honest here, because I understand that a lot of you are coming from the non-technical background. So this will give me the clarity how do I have to explain you Boolean. Anybody who doesn't know, okay, I'll explain. So Boolean is a very important data type which stores two values. Yes, which means one. Yeah, either you can also denote it with one. So yes, it's not yes, actually it is true. So let me write true. True means yes. So true. And then we have got false. False means 0. So it stores only two values, that is either true or false. And it is a very important data type. So for example, if I just give you one layman example, you might have seen check boxes. Yeah, when you're filling the form, you might have seen check boxes. So if you check it, so ideally, because I come from the background where I've also developed a lot of application, so that's what I'm telling you, that when you see the check boxes in the backend, these check boxes are of Boolean data type. It means that if you check it, it will hold the true value, and if you do not check it for this one, it will hold false value. So that's what Boolean means, true or false, only two values. Then we have got date. Now you already know what date is. I do not have to elaborate on this part. So the date will take this format, YYYMMDD format. Time, you already know about time. Yeah, it will take this format, HHMMSS. Date time, the name itself says it will store date as well as time. Yeah, it can store both date. So let's say today's date plus today's time. So it can store both the things. And then we have got timestamp. So timestamp, maybe we are going to talk about this more later. Maybe I'll use it somewhere. I'll show it to you. So timestamp is auto date and time system based. It means that if you give any column, yeah, if you write any column with the data type of timestamp, what it will do, it will take your system time. So whatever your system timestamp is, yeah, the date as well as the time. If I change it and if I make it something else, then it will take that only. So it takes system based date and time. Yeah, current date and time as per the system. Exactly. Very good. Fine. So we have covered most of the data types, all the important data types. I would like to tell you one more thing. So we have got signed and we have got unsigned. So let's talk about this also. It's a very easy concept. So see, you can have signed. So all the data types are signed by default. So what does sign means? All the data types. Now here I'm talking about the data types which can store numerical values. So here I'm talking about the data type which can store numerical values. So sign simply means that, for example, if I talk about tiny int, yeah. So by default it is signed. By default it is signed. It means that it can store the negative and positive values. So if you remember from the previous slide, see, we have got tiny int, small integer, this minus 128 to 127. So here tiny int can take the values from minus 128 to 127. And if I create a column, let's say I create age column. And if I give tiny hint, so by default, it is signed. So maybe I'll not write it. It is signed. So it means that I can store minus 128 up to 127. This is the upper limit and this is a lower limit. Fine. What is unsigned means? Unsigned means that if I make it unsigned, so if I again say age, tiny, okay, here it is already written. So maybe, okay, let me write it. The writing is so bad. Okay, tiny. So difficult to write on the note, on the pad. Anyways, tiny int. And then if I give unsigned, what will happen? So this will give me extra cushion. How it will give me extra cushion? It means that I'm explicitly telling SQL, hey SQL, I want to use tiny int, but I do not want this negative numbers. I know that age is never going to be negative. Well, age is never going to be 200 and 255 also. But yeah, that can happen if we are working on tortoise age. I think tortoise can live till 300. So anyways, so let's say that I'm just telling that I do not want negative numbers. Rather, can you just give me extra cushion? So just remove the negative, all the negative numbers. And can you just give me extra cushion for the positive numbers? So that's how we can use it. Yep. So here you can see the limit is 0 to 255. So whatever numbers we had over here, they have been added over here. Yeah, you just have to do the calculation. This will come around to be 255. So we are saying I do not want negative numbers. So do not waste my range in negative. Yep. So I just want the positive numbers. So unsigned will help me to increase the range. Am I clear with what is signed and unsigned? Simple? Fine. Now you have to allow me a minute. I forgot to open my notes because again we are going to create a table, and this time for the table, because we are going to just play around with the databases, sorry, with the data types. So yeah, the table is going to be a big table. So right now I'll ask you also to copy paste it, but after the class, please make sure that you type all of these statements. So what you can do is you can, I'll share all these notes also with you. I'll share these PPTs also with you, but I would suggest you to make your own notes, right? So what you can do is whatever comments that I'm giving you on the chat, you can create your own WordPad notepad file and you can keep saving those comments. See, I want you guys to be very, very active during the session, because when you're active, when you're participating on the chat, when you're doing the hands-on, let's say you're just picking up the code and pasting it and saving it in your notepad file, what happens is you tend to be attentive. But if you're just lying down and listening to me, then I'm sure you're going to daydream a lot. So I do not want that to happen, because each and every minute of the session is important. So anyways, here we go. This is a table. So we already have got the database, right? So I am just deleting all this. So this is a database. And here I'm going to create this table. So I'll just quickly run this command. Just give me a second. What happened? Yeah. So the table has been created. Now you can see that this table has got myriad data types. So it has got int. Int is unsigned. What was unsigned? Let's quickly see what was unsigned. Only positive numbers. So it gives a really huge cushion. Yeah. If I just remove the negative numbers, you can do the calculation. So it will be something around 4 plus plus plus. So I get extra cushion of positive numbers. Varchar you already know. Okay, here again unsigned small int. Okay, we have got something called small int also, which is I think smaller than tiny int. Then, or maybe let me make it tiny int. Yep. Then decimal. So I'm giving the precision over here. So 8 2, what does that mean? 8 2 means that I can have digits like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 2 is what? After decimal, how many digits? So I can have 1, 2. Then I've got float. Then I've got Boolean, which can have true or false. Then I've got date and date time. So I'm playing with a lot of data types in one table. And then I have to insert the data. So inserting the data code is definitely more cumbersome than creating the table with so many data types. So I want you guys to see my screen. So here we go. I'm inserting the data. This is int. This is varchar. Yeah, this is int. This is varchar. This is tiny int. This is again tiny int. So this one is unsigned. This one is signed by default. Yeah. So you can see that this is decimal. This is float. Boolean, I'm giving 1. I told you that either you can give true or you can give 1. False or 0. Then I'm giving date. What is the format? YYYMMDD. That's a format. And here I'm giving date time. Yeah. And in the same way, I've got multiple records. So I'll insert it. Records inserted. And let me quickly query the table. Select star from products. Product. Please make sure that you give right name of the table. And it is done. So I'm going to give you this code. At least the select code you can write by yourself. You don't need to copy paste. You know, that I do not want you guys to copy paste. So run this command. Okay, yeah, very good question, Sanskar. So see guys, in the last insert command, we gave the column name. So we can skip the column name over here. If you see, I have skipped the column name. So when can I skip the column name? I can skip the column name when I know that I'm going to insert the values into each and every column and the sequence is going to remain same. Yeah, the sequence will be the first value that I'm giving is for product ID. The second value is for product name and so on and so forth. I know that the sequence and the columns, I'm giving values to all the columns. Yeah, when I'm inserting the data, I'm inserting the data into all the columns. Also, I'm maintaining the sequence of the data, or I'm matching the sequence of the inserted data with that of the columns that I've got over here. So if I know that that's the case, I can skip the name of the columns. Yeah, I can skip the name of the columns. So we are going to talk about this thing more. Yeah, that when you can skip and when you cannot skip. We are going to talk about this more. So right now our agenda is to learn about the data types. Yeah, the agenda for writing this code is to understand the data types. So yes, now I hope that I've given you the code. Yeah, so I've given you the code now. So if you change the sequence, see, if you change the sequence, then it will give you error. For example, if I try to insert laptop over here. Yeah, so let me do that. Yes, I'll just give a string over here. Let's say I am giving a string over here. Now, but it was a quantity, right? It was a quantity. But what I've done is I'm giving a string. It's an integer. Yeah, it's a tiny int. So it will throw error. Now, if I run this, it will throw error. It has thrown error. See. So when you're inserting the values, you have to make sure that this sequence matches with this sequence. This is very important. So I want everyone to run this code, create the table, insert some data into the table. You just check the format of the table, the data, yeah, and then query it. And we are done with today's learning. So you can take the screenshot, Sheila, but I'm going to provide you with all these slides also. But yes, you can take the screenshot. I'll hold for some time on this slide. I'll also hold for some time on this slide. So over the next weekend, we'll start with how we can create the table. Now you already know about it. We'll learn about the constraints. Then we'll see how we can insert the data. So you already know this. We have already seen, worked on the insert into command. But yeah, whatever extra things are there, I'm going to tell you those things. Yeah, then we are going to start with the where clause. So we'll write a lot of queries. So please make sure whatever we have learned till now, you have very much hold or grasp on the concepts. Otherwise, you'll struggle, and I'll also struggle as a trainer. So make sure that you revise and come. Just hold on. Oh, table fetching. Yeah, it's taking time, Siddharth. So you can just try refreshing it once again because you're using the online lab. So sometimes you may get these problems. So now you guys can unmute yourself and speak to me. And if you have any questions, you can also ask the questions. So first, I would like to take up the questions that you have got from today's session. And once we are done with that, then I will take up the questions regarding the lab. We'll try to resolve the lab issues. So Siddharth, you have to just wait and watch and retry. I'll share this PPT. So if you want me to share it right away, I don't know if there's anything. Okay, I'll just share it right away. That's fine. It's fine. So let me share this PPT right away on the chat. But I also upload it on the LMS portal of Simplilearn. So this is my personal PPT. And as I told you, PPT I'm going to show you sometimes. We are going to do a lot of hands-on. So SQL is not about PPT. SQL is coding. SQL is coding only, right? It's like maths. The more you practice, the better you become at it. Now you already know how to create a table. So rather than, writing the same code again and again, typing the same code, I would like to quickly copy paste some of the code. So you know that how we can create the table. So I'm just taking this code of creating the table. Yeah, so you can see that I've got this table. This table has got 4 columns. So these are the 4 columns. And then I would also insert the data into this table. Now guys, if you have missed any of the previous class, I'm afraid and I'm really sorry for the same that I'm not able to repeat the concepts because we have got limited classes. These are not unlimited classes. So every class has an agenda associated to it. So please make sure that you go through the recording. So you'll find recording in the LMS portal. So here it is. We have got the student table. I'll copy paste the code. Hold on guys. And then I'm inserting the data into this table. Now I want everyone to see my screen. See, this will create the table for me. I'll just quickly check. Yes, table got created. Now I'm going to insert the data into this table. Data got inserted. Now there are few things that I would like to show you, that I would like to tell you. So here, see, I'm passing the names of the column. So if I do not pass the name of the column, let me delete the names of the column and I'll just do one thing. I'll just add one more row of data. Yeah, I'll just add one more row of data. So here, maybe I'll just write Anil and I'm okay with the other things. Yeah. So if I execute this, see, it got executed. So this is fine. But if let's say that I've got some data of some of the students, I've got a data of a student with a name, let's say Mark, but I do not know the city of Mark. So let's say this is the data I have. Yeah, this is the data I have. Now listen to me. It's very simple. Now if I run it, it is throwing error. So you get that. That if you have the full data, when I say full data, I mean to say that you've got the data for all the columns of your table. So if you've got the full data, then it works perfectly fine. But if your data is not full, right now I don't have full data, right? Then I have to explicitly define the columns that I'm going to use. Yeah, for example, ID, comma, name, comma, age. So now I have to explicitly tell MySQL that 5 should go in ID, name should go in mark should go in name, and so on and so forth. Let me execute it, and now it is getting executed. So you got my point. It's a very simple point that when you have the full data, then you can omit the column names from here. But if your data is not full, yeah, if you have partial data, incomplete data, then you need to mention the column names. That's how the syntax goes. Now, you don't need to insert so many records. I did that because I wanted to show you, I wanted to explain you. I'm just sharing this code with you all. So here's a code for creating the table. And here's a code for inserting the data into the table. Yeah, so you can copy paste this code, avoid typing each and everything in the class. Because if you type each and everything, see, I don't mind it. You need to understand my predicament also over here. That if I give you time for typing each and everything in the class, then I may not able to cover all the concepts. And I want to cover maximum things. I want to give my maximum knowledge to you all. So, share my the maximum knowledge that I have with you all. Subject, I don't have any such column name, Kunal. In this table, I've just got 4 columns, as you can see. Insert what? Subject, but subject is not there, right? Okay, you want me to add one more column over here, Kunal? Is that so? So, Kunal, we are going to look into that also, that how we can alter the tables. Let's not do it right now, otherwise everybody will get confused. But we'll see that you have got some data, your structure already created. So, how you can alter, how you can play around with it. Done, everyone. So, I told you that in case of when you create the table, you can also add the constraints to the table. So what are constraints? So constraints are, think of it, they are nothing but the rules that you apply on the column. Yeah, they are nothing but the rules that you apply on the column. So we'll learn about few of the constraints, and then we are going to write the code around these constraints. So the first, or let's do one thing, we'll go one by one. We'll write the code for one by one. Rather than going through the whole thing, we'll go one by one. So the first constraint is not null. So see, as I told you, think of it, constraints are nothing but the rules that you apply to the column. Now, if I say that, let's say I have a column, ID column, and I want to apply some rules. So we learn about atomicity, right? We learn about, not atomicity, sorry, we learn about acid. So if you remember, we learn about consistency. So means that you're basically applying the rules to your database. So here also we are doing the same thing. We have got multiple columns in our table, and we simply want to apply some rules to those column. So let's say I've got the ID column, and I want that whenever you're inserting any of the student's record, the ID shouldn't be null. You're getting, the ID cannot be null. As simple as that. So I can use not null constraint for that. So you can see what it does. It disallows null value. So it means that the value should be provided. Yes, it means that you're making this column required. As simple as that. Yeah, if you enter any of the row, this column should have value. Okay. So we'll do one thing. We'll just give me a second. Yeah. So we are going to create a table using not null. Yeah, not null column. So let's do it, everyone. So we'll use the same database. I think Nancy, please can you please stop doing this? Thank you so much, Nancy. So let's start with not null. So I'm going to create a table. Now we are going to create a lot of tables. And let me name this table as my students. I'm just naming it anything, that's fine. Always remember that what we are trying to learn. Yeah. Now this table may have multiple columns. So one of the column is ID and the second column is, let's say, name. Okay, I'm not going to make it a very big table. So what I can do is I can make the columns as not null. How I can make that column as not null? So all I have to do is I have to write not null in the front of that column. So it means that in order to add the data into this table, I have to make sure that the ID is not null. If I want, I can do it for name also. Let me do it for name also. Doesn't matter, right? So let me do it for name also. So now it means that in order to insert the data, both the columns should have some value. Let me create this table. The table has been created and I'll just quickly say insert into, okay, my students. ID, comma, name, values. Okay. Now, if you see, I want everyone to see my screen. If I give one, comma, any name, for example, A, let it be. I am just giving any name for that matter. Doesn't matter what name I'm giving. Yeah. So if I insert the data, see, it is getting inserted. Let me also show you the data. Select star from my students. So it's working absolutely fine. Yeah, you can see. But now what I'm going to do is, just give me a second. I will insert the data, but let's say that I am skipping maybe A. Yeah, I'm not giving the student name. Yeah, I'm skipping A, or let me give null in A. So let's see if it works or not. You can see it is not working. So it says that column name cannot be null. And this will happen for the other column also, for this column also. Sorry. So this also cannot be null. As simple as that. And the reason is very simple, that I have made, I have applied a constraint to this column, both the columns, that these columns cannot have null value. So this is what? This is a not null constraint where we make sure that the column doesn't allow null values. So I'll wait for a minute for everyone to quickly try this. Again, I do not want you guys to write the whole code. Maybe you can take it from the chat and you can modify the existing code what you have. Otherwise, it will take a lot of time. Done. Now we'll learn about the next constraint that we have, that is unique. Now you tell me what you understand by unique. What do you understand by unique? Distinct values? Yes. So in very simple words, if I have a column, so I will not allow duplicate values in those columns. So any guesses what those columns could be? Like you might have seen in your real life here and there. ID, very good. Yes, ID. Those who are from India, maybe uh, PAN card or passport number. Everybody would understand. Aadhaar number. How about email? Yeah, email should be unique. Phone number should be unique. So you want to make sure that every record that is being entered has a unique email or unique phone number. Yes. So for this we have got unique constraint, as you can see. So here we have created a table user. It has just got one column. It's okay. We are learning the concept, so we don't need to create big tables with a lot of columns. So I'll just quickly run this code. Sorry, just give me a second. Yeah, I'll run this code. You can see that the table has been created. Now, if I insert this a@gmail.com, it will get inserted. This is the first time I'm inserting. But if I again insert, maybe I can, re-execute the same statement. So if I again insert, it is giving error. Why the error? Because it's duplicate entry. But if I change the value of it, then definitely it will allow me to execute. Yeah. So unique is a very important constraint that you're going to see, you're going to encounter. So let me quickly give you this code on the chat. You can copy paste the code. Again, do not type the code right now, but yes, you should definitely do a lot of typing of the code after the class. Right now we are copy pasting so that we learn maximum concepts. But yes, after the class, you have to make sure that you do a lot of practice by typing each and every line of code. I'll wait for maybe a minute. Done. Now we'll learn about the next constraint that we have, that is primary key. So let me open the notepad because I would like to write something around it, or maybe I can write over here itself. It's fine. So see, you can do the commenting like this. So when you write anything in the comments, the interpreter is not going to read this. These lines are for us. These lines are not for interpreter. So anyways, we are going to learn about primary key. Now, you already know about it. We have already discussed it. So I'll quickly rediscuss it. So primary key is a unique identifier of each row. For example, if I talk about human beings, so I think our genetics, our DNAs, these are the unique identifiers, yeah, that will, or our fingerprints, these are what? The unique identifier. So for every row also, if you want maybe some column to uniquely identify that row, so we can declare that column as primary key. So I'll also write it. So it's uniquely identifies each row. Now you can say that it's a combination of, so it's combines unique and not null. So basically, if you say that a column is a primary column, primary key column, it means, see, that's what it means, that it is uniquely identifying it, right? Uniquely identifying the row of data. So definitely, uh, every row that column will take, like every piece of data that column will take will be unique. Also, it cannot be null. So it doesn't take nulls. As simple as that. It's a primary key. It doesn't take nulls. So for example, we are storing the data of humans. Yeah, of humans. Let's assume, right? We are storing the data of humans. Now, you know that names can be common, then gender can be common. Most of the things can be common, but let's say thumbprint. So thumbprint is not common. So we can make this as a primary key. So this will be unique for each and every human being. Yeah, and we also do not want it to be null. So if you are inserting any data, it cannot contain null value. So that's what primary key says. Okay, there is one more thing, that is, in a table, this is very important. In a table, only one primary key is allowed. Only one primary key per table. It means that if again I'm storing the data of human beings, if I've said that thumbprint is the column which is a primary key, I cannot have, let's say, passport number as a primary key now. So a table can have only one primary key. It can have a combination of primary key, composite primary key, that we'll talk about. But it can have only one primary key. So those who may ask that composite primary key, will come to that later. But it can have only one primary key. For now, you understand this part, that it can have only one primary key. So I'll just quickly take the code. Yeah. So you can see over here that I've got this table employee. It has got two columns, employee ID, name. Now employee ID is a primary key. I'm declaring it as a primary key. Let me create the table. Now I am inserting the values in it. Yep. So you can see that this is a first value, 1 and Ravi. So employee ID, this 1 is what? ID. Yeah, employee ID. So anyways, so this will work. Let's say that I've got another employee with the name Reena. And if I give the same employee ID to it, Reena, it will throw error. Why? Because it's a primary key, and primary key makes sure that each and everything is unique. Also, if I try to insert null in a primary key, again it will give error. So that's what I wrote, that it has to be unique and it cannot take null values. It cannot take null values. Now let me do one thing. I'll just make a small change over here. I'm just changing the name of the table, and I just want to show you that if we can have multiple primary keys in a table or not. So let me execute this. You can see that it is giving error. It says multiple primary key defined. Always read the error. I'm not sure if my screen is visible to you or not, but yes, it says multiple key defined. So it simply means that your primary key can only occur once in a table. You cannot have more than one primary key in the table. So let me again, yeah, uh, make it to the previous code, change it back to the previous code. I think we are good. So I'll share this code with you. Before you run it, maybe let me also tell you one thing. So what is the difference between unique and primary key? See, first of all, I can have multiple unique columns. So I can have multiple unique columns. This is very much possible. I can have 10 unique columns. I can have more than one unique columns in one table. Primary key says that, oh, I can only exist once. Yeah, I cannot, you can, once you have created once one column is given the primary key constraint, you cannot have another column with the same constraint. You saw that, you have already seen it. But unique, you can make as many columns unique as you want. Also, if you have a unique column, it can, like, one row can take null. So it's unique, right? So one row I can give null. I have to make sure the next row I cannot give null, because null will not be unique anymore. You got that? Let's say I've got this employee table. So for the first row, I can say null, and maybe I can give some, maybe some value. So one row can be null. If I make the second row also null, then it will not be unique. Yeah, both the rows are having the same value, null. So it can take one row at least null. Primary key says no. If there is a null, I can't take it. It's as simple as that. So anyways, I'm sharing this code with you all. I want all of you to try this, play around with it, copy paste it. Yes, so that's what I said, Sidesh. Composite key when you have a composite primary key, so primary key is one only. It's a combination of the primary key, but the primary key is one, right? It's a combination of the column that makes the primary key. So we are going to look into composite also, not right now. Make sure that you also write down these notes, these points. See, I'm going to give you these notes, but I'll give you these notes at the end of the class, not right now. On a last class or second last class. So you'll have everything handy. I do not want to give you right away. So I'll wait for a minute. Fine. So now we'll learn about foreign key. Yep. So I've already told you about foreign key, what foreign key is. So just tell me what those who are able to recall what foreign key is. We have already discussed this point. Today we are going to look into the practical part of it. Yes, primary key from another table. Connect two entities. Very good. Right. All of you are right. So a quick recap on what foreign key was. Mm. So let's say I've got this table. And this table has got maybe some columns. So let's say the columns are ID, not ID, let's say passport number, name, and anything else. Let's say gender. Now, passport number is a primary key. Now, I've got another table. This another table is storing the passport number. Yeah, the different passport numbers that we have. And for these different passport numbers, we also have, maybe this is not a very good example. I'm so sorry. Let me uh, give you some other example. Okay, let it be. No, I'll give you some other example. So I'll give you the example of orders only. I think that is a best fit. Now let's say that we have got a table customer. In this, we have got the details of the customer like ID, name, phone number, etc. So ID is what? This is a primary key. This is a primary key for this table. It uniquely identify a customer. Okay. Moving ahead, we have got the orders table. Orders table has got, let's say, order ID. So it has also got multiple columns. It has got order ID and let's say the date of the order, maybe something else, the product. And then it has got the customer ID. Yeah, who made the order. So this customer ID basically takes the values from this ID. So it means that over here, I have got some data. Let's say I've got the data, like I've got a customer 1, 2 with name A and B. So this table, now understand this thing, this table will have values, it have values from this ID column. So it can have, let's say I've got maybe another value. So it can have 1, 2, 3 only. It cannot have any other customer ID. It cannot have 4 as a customer ID because that doesn't exist over here. So this is a foreign key. What is a foreign key? Foreign key is a key which is a primary key of the another table. So ID, customer ID is a primary key of this table, and we are using this as a foreign key in the orders table. So what is the significance of the foreign key? Foreign key makes sure that whatever values that you're filling in over here, you're getting whatever values you're filling in over here should come from this column. Yeah, it should always come from this column. So if I try to fill 4 over here, it will give error. It says, oh, 4, we don't have any customer with the ID 4. But if I give 1, 2, 3 values over here again and again, orders made by 1, orders made by customer ID 2, it will happily take it. But as soon as I give, let's say 5, it will give error. No. 5 is not here. It says 5 is not here. So foreign key, think of foreign key as a it's very loyal to the primary key. It says that I will take only those values that exist in the primary key of this table. Yeah, of this primary key. This is what? This is a primary column of this table. I will not take any other value. As simple as that. So it's super loyal to the primary key. And that's why we call it as a foreign key. So this is the significance of having the foreign key, that it only takes the values which are present in the primary key of the another table. Yeah, it cannot take any other value. Anyways, I will see the practical part of it and you'll be able to understand. It's very easy. So here, okay, here I've got 2 tables. So I'll just quickly create these 2 tables. So you can see department and staff. I've got these 2 tables. Department has got 2 columns and staff has got 3 columns. Now, if you see over here, which is the primary key in the department column, quickly. Now, I'm asking you such simple questions. Yeah, so Soumya, your question will be answered. Yeah, and if you see here, we are defining a foreign key. Yep, so department ID, and here we are saying the department ID, and this is how we do it. This is the syntax of it. So we are saying that we have got a foreign key. This is a foreign key. This is a foreign key. And how it is related to this table, we are also telling that, yeah, this is a foreign key and it is related to, so references, name of the table and the primary key of the table. You got that? So basically, we have declared a normal column and then we are telling that this column is a foreign key. Yeah, which this is a foreign key column. Then it's a foreign key column. It means there should be some primary key in some table. So we have to give that detail also, that which is a table and which is the primary key. So how do we do that? We use references. Then we give the name of the table. This is what? This is the name of the table. And this is the name of the primary key. So it means that this foreign key is for this table and in this column. Now we are going to insert the data. Guys, I want everyone to be very attentive over here so that you understand how things are happening. See, now I'm going to insert the data. So in department, let's say I'm inserting only one row. Yeah, that's fine. So I've got department ID as 10. I've got department ID as 10. So I've just got one department and this department name is IT and the ID of the department is 10. Fine. Now I'm going to insert the data into the staff table. So see, what I'm doing is I'm saying I've got one staff. So staff, you know, like for different departments, we have got staffing. So I've got staff ID 1 and this staff goes in the IT department, yeah, department ID 10. So this will very well work. Yeah, because 10 exists over here. You getting 10 exists in the department table. So this value exists in the department table. This value exists in the department table in this column. But if I give 20, this will not work. Why this will not work? Because 20 doesn't exist. Yeah, here. 20 doesn't exist. If I simply query, select star from department, it just has got one uh, row of data. You just saw that we have inserted only one row of data. You can see over here. So it has just got one row of data. Just give me a second. Yeah. So you got that? That staff will make sure that department ID only have those values. Sorry, foreign key makes sure the department ID, this is a foreign key. It can only contain those values which are the part of the primary key of the department table. So that's how it works. Okay. So in the department table, you're saying, so Aparna is saying that in the department table, if we give null, that's what she's saying. So will it work or not? What do you think, guys? I'm not showing you the output. What do you think? Will it work or not? Department, I'm giving null. Come on. This is what? This is a primary key. What did I tell you? Primary key cannot be null. So this will not work. You have to give some value over here. Fine. So I'll just quickly give you the whole code. You can copy paste it, try it, and let me know if you have any issues, any questions. Are you talking about these nodes? As I told you, I will give you these nodes at the, yep. So in the end of the class. Not right now, otherwise you're going to copy paste. So or I will do one thing. I'll give you it over the next weekend on Sunday. Is that okay? Syntax I'm giving you on the chat. Sheila, I'm giving you all the syntax on the chat. If you're getting error, just share the screenshot of the error also. If you just see error, I'm not able to help you. Fine. So Sheila, I'll do one thing. I'll give you my PPT. In PPT also, I've got these syntaxes and all. But if you insist, I can give you the notes right away also. So that's your choice. Try not to use notes because if I give you the notes, I'm sure while practicing, you'll just do the copy paste thing. And I surely do not want that. If you insist, I do not mind giving you the notes right away. Yes. So whatever I'm giving you the time, you can just copy paste the code and try running, play around with it. So Ekta, I think you're getting some issues. Just give me a second. Okay. So Ekta, I'm not able to understand the error with this one. Can you also share your code with me? What code you're running? Make sure, Ekta, see your code. This is a different line of code and this is a different line of code. Make sure that you're adding semicolon between your different codes that you have got. You're segregating the different code of lines. Otherwise, what you do if you're running it like this, then it will definitely throw error. Okay. So Ekta, maybe I would suggest you to clear off your whole screen and then run the queries that I'm giving you. Yes. So this is how it should behave, Vidya. That's exactly should be the behavior of the foreign key. Yes. So Ravindra, this is how what the foreign key is. So what you're getting is absolutely right. Yep. So in my case also it's giving error, and that's what I want to show you, that it will give error. So that's the right behavior. Okay. So we'll move to the next one, that is check. So check, as a name says, let me see if I've got it on my PPT. It will restrict the values. Yeah. So it will restrict the values. For example, let's say here we have got the example also. So let's say that I make a check on my column where I say that the age should be greater than 18. So it means that whenever I'm inserting any data, I have to make sure that this column has a value maybe greater than equal to 18. So if I give anything lesser than 18, it will throw error. So I can easily do it with the help of check constraint, a very simple constraint to work with. So let me quickly take the whole thing. Yeah, a very simple one. So you can see that again, I've got the student table. I think it will throw error because I already got the student table. So I'll just quickly make a change to the name of this table. And that makes sense also because it's already there. It will throw error that this table already exists. Fine. So you can see that the table has been created. Now, I've given a check over here that the age should always be greater than equal to 18. So if I insert the data, which is greater than 18, it will happily take it, as you can see. But if I try to insert any data which is less than 18, yeah, if it is less than 18, it will throw error. So if you're seeing the error, as you can see on my screen, guys, if you're getting the error, this is how the behavior should be, yeah. So you should definitely get the error. This is how we are expecting it to work. So it shouldn't allow anything lesser than 18. As simple as that. If I give 18, then it will allow. See, now it will allow. It will work. It will not throw any error. But as soon as I give any number which is lesser than 18, it will not work. So I want everyone to quickly run this code. It's a very simple one. Pushkar, you have installed MySQL software, not unable to execute anything. So Pushkar, did you follow the steps that so there was one video that I shared with you, the link of the YouTube video. Did you follow all the steps religiously? So when you're installing MySQL, it's not that you just install and you just click next, next, next and done. So there's some setup that you need to do. So the installation is not that straightforward. It is not difficult also, just that you have to follow some steps. So anyways, I'll wait for a few seconds for everyone to quickly try this constraint, check constraint. So Pushkar, I would suggest you to uninstall MySQL and then reinstall it. And make sure that you go through each and every step. Fine. The next constraint that we have is default. So till now, every column that we have created, we were inserting the data in it. Now let's say that if we do not get any data in it, let's say we are not inserting any data in it, and we want that column to take any default value. For example, let's say that we have got a table, student table. Yep. Now student table, now this is a student table of some school which is in India. So here we have got a country column. So if we are not giving the value explicitly for the country, it will automatically take India. As simple as that. So basically, we are giving a default value to country column. So default value means that if I'm explicitly providing the value while inserting the data, if I provide USA, then it will take USA. I provide India, it will anyways take India. But if I do not provide anything, then by default, it will take India. Again, if you have not understood, that's okay. Rest assured, once we write the code around it, you'll able to understand. So let me take the code. Yeah. So I want everyone to see my screen. You can see that I've created the orders table. It has got one column that is status. This is the data type of it. And what is the default value of this column, guys? Now I'm asking you such simple questions so that you remain in the session. I do not want you guys to, uh, you know, daydream during the session. So I've just got one answer. I repeat my question. What is the default value of this column? I'm using the default constraint and I'm giving a default value. Yes, it's pending, right? So I'll just quickly create this table. Now here I'm inserting into orders and values. I'm literally not giving anything. So if I run this, see, it got successfully run. Let me quickly query this table. You can see that it has got one piece of, sorry, one row, and this one row, because I executed it once, it has taken status as pending. If you want, you can give some other value also. Let's say I give a value closed. So it will happily take new values also. It's not that it will not take. Yeah, this ran successfully. If I run this, you can see. First one, it took pending because if you're not giving anything, in very simple words, you're not giving anything, it will take the default value. But if you give anything, then it will take that value. Am I clear? Am I clear with default? It's a very simple one, right? So again, I'm copy pasting the code. I'll wait for a few seconds. Yes. So if I execute this again and again, Sanskar, see, it will again insert some value and you will see 3 rows now. Definitely, because you're inserting the values. Pending will not be replaced. See, pending is getting replaced. So default is that either you give some value, and if you're not giving any value, then default it will take pending. That's how it works. So if I give any value, it will take that value. But if I do not give any value, then it will take pending. In case of default, varchar size should be equal to the value then. See, varchar size is all about that what will be the size of the data. For example, if I give really big size, let's see if we get any error. You can see that I'm giving the error. Data is too long for this column because I've given 20 over here. It has nothing to do with default constraint. This simply means that this column can accommodate 20 characters at max. I hope I've answered your question, Rajpal. So at max, it can be 20, yeah, but you can give definitely lesser than that. Fine. So I'll just wait for some time. I think I've already given you the code. If not, anyways, I'll again give you the code. And I'll wait for a minute. Yes, Rajpal. So whatever value you give over here, it will take that. If you do not give any value, then only it will go with pending. Default can be anything. It can be integer also, any data type. I hope I've answered all the questions, Sanskar, Rajpal. It will take any value. It's just that if you do not provide any value, then it's like If I give you a funny example, like I think most of you are from India, so you're able to understand. So if there's no vegetable, we tend to cook potatoes, right? So that's a default vegetable. If there's nothing else, potatoes is our go-to meal. At least in North India, that's what I've seen. So that's a funny example, but yeah, that's how it is. The syntax is going to be same, Siddharth. It's just that here you'll have ID and here you'll have INT. That's all. And then default, you'll give a number over here. Fine. Now we'll move to the next constraint that we have, auto increment. So when I say auto increment, what comes to your mind? Now you might have seen, like for example, let's say that you go to Amazon and you create your profile over there. Yeah, you create your profile over there. Now, when you create your profile as a customer, definitely you do not give any ID. Usually, what you do is you give your name, address, phone number, email ID, and you're done and dusted. So, let's say Amazon wants to give you some ID, yes, some auto generated ID. So, we have got this auto increment. This is a wonderful constraint in order to um, satisfy or meet this requirement. So auto increment, as a name says, that if I have got a column, let's say the name of the column is ID. If I make it auto increment, it means that automatically it will, like the first record, let's say, take the value 1. So the second record will take the value, let's say I say that it should increment by 1. So that is what I've given as a rule. So the second will take 2. The third record will automatically take 3. So this column will automatically uh, generate the value for itself without user explicitly giving. Yeah, and it will increment the value every single time. So again, we'll understand it with the help of the example so that you have better idea. Now you can see over here. Now this is a great example. Why? Because here we are creating the table, and see, one column you're making it primary key also, and you're also auto incrementing it. So that is very much possible that one column you're giving 2 rules in it. Yeah, it happens, right? So this one column has got 2 rules. First of all, it's a primary key. Also, it's auto increment. So Abhi, need what you're saying is right. So auto increment is that it will automatically increase. The value will automatically increase. So I'll show it to you. So first I'll create the table. Then I'm inserting two products in it. Now, if you see when I'm inserting, I'm just inserting the value in the product name column. I'm not inserting any value in the product ID column. I'm not inserting. No, because this column is self-sufficient to auto-generate the value for itself. So I'll quickly run this and let me show you the result. Sorry. Yeah. So you can see automatically it is taking 1 and 2. Yeah, now if I insert more data, let's say if I insert maybe keyboard, it will take automatically, it will take 3. Let me show you. You can see. So automatically it is getting incremented. So by default, it takes 1. The initial value is 1 and the increment value is also 1. No, not at all, Aparna. You can use it for any key. You can, so what you can do is, so guys, I want everyone to see my screen. Yeah, then I'll give you time again. So I'm just making the changes to the name of the table because this table already exists, and if I recreate the table with the same name, it will throw error. So definitely I can remove this. Now Product ID is auto incremented column, but it's not the primary key. Now let's say, yeah, I'll come to that also. Let's say you want to increment it with 5. So what you can do is over here, this is the syntax of it. You can give auto increment equals to 5. Let me run this. Just give me a second. It must be defined as a key. Just give me a second. Okay, so auto increment has to be primary key. I'm so sorry for that. So it has to be primary key. I think in SQL Server, we can have a table auto increment column without having the primary key. So I got confused because different databases, different rules. But yes, it has to be primary key. Now you can see that I'm saying that auto increment by 5. Let me quickly insert these products. And now, yeah, just give me a second. Okay, sorry. I have to insert the product. So I'm also changing the name of the table. Yeah, now you can see because I've given auto increment equals to 5. The first value it is taking 5 and then 6, 7. This is how we are defining the first initial value. So it is starting from 5. And you can also change this increment value also. But we'll not cover that right now. When we alter the table, that time I'll tell you. So we have got something called set. And then we have got at the rate auto increment. So there's a property that we can define when we alter the table. Yeah, Rajpal, if you delete the second row, the next increment will be the next one. It will not be the previous one. Yeah, it will always take the next one. So Abhineet, as I told you, that we have a property. So I would like to talk about that property when we learn about how we can alter the tables, not right now. So this was a very simple property. So I just told you right away. So this is a very good question. So as I told you, right now it was asking for the primary key. I need to check because in SQL Server you can have an auto increment column without having it to be the primary key. But here in MySQL, when I was trying to create it, Vidya, it was asking for it to be a primary key. So I'll just check it if we can auto increment a column without having it to be primary key. In fact, in MySQL, auto increment feature wasn't there till some time back. We had it in SQL Server databases, but not in MySQL. Then everyone, now we'll learn about composite primary key. So what is the meaning of composite? What is the meaning of composite? No, it will not throw error. You might have said that there might be something off with your syntax. So I'll just share this with you. Okay, I'm sharing the whole thing with you all. And maybe I'll just wait for another 1 minute and then we'll move to the composite primary key. I do not want your questions to be unanswered and you're still trying and, uh, hanging around this part. I do not want that. So we'll wait for a minute and then we'll move to the composite primary. Now we'll learn about composite primary keys. So what is a composite key? So here what happens is, if I give you this example, just give me a second. Let me see the example that we have got. Yeah. So let's say you've got a table. Yeah, you've got a table. Now in that table, it is not possible to define one column as a primary key. You're getting? It is not possible to define one column as a primary key. Let's say, suppose that I've got a table, and the name of the table is, let's say, country. Yep. Now here I'm having the name of the country, and then I've got more details about the country, let's say the latitude, longitude, all of these things. And then the code, country code also I've got. Now I want to define a primary key. I've got this table and I want to define a primary key. Well, latitude, longitude can also be a primary key because every country will have distinct latitude, longitude. Let's talk about something else. Let's say number of states, yeah, something else, or number of cities. So some details about the country. Now we have to decide on the primary key. Now I may make, see, number of cities and number of state cannot be the primary key for sure. So what I can do is, now country code can be the primary key, of course, but let's say that it's a hypothetical thing that countries, they can have sometimes similar code also. Yeah, they can have the same code also. So what I can do is, now name also, I think there is one country, I don't know, sharing the name, something like that. Now countries may share sometimes names also. They can have, let's assume that that's hypothetical, I know. So what I can do is, now I want to define a primary key. So what I can do is, I can make the combination of two column as a primary key. So I can say my primary key is name as well as country code. So combination of these two are my primary key, composite primary key. You're getting the combination of two columns, or it can be more than two columns, are what is the primary key. So I'll give you one more example. So let's say I've got okay. So let's say I've got orders table. I've got order ID. I've got, let's say, product ID. And let's say I've got quantity. And then I've got name, customer name, etc. I've got these columns. So I have to define a primary key. Now the order ID is also repeated. Product ID definitely will be repeated. It's a orders table. Quantity definitely will be repeated. So I am in a soup. I am in a fix that from where should I get a column which is completely unique? Now I don't have any column which is completely unique. Let's say order ID is also getting repeated. So order ID is actually repeated sometimes. So let's say I make an order. I'm just giving you one context of it. And in that order, I am purchasing 3 products. You're getting? So I'll have the order ID repeated. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, product 1, 2, and 3. So that is again a problem. Now I have to define a primary key. What should I do? So what I can do is, I can use a combination of the columns. So let's say I make these 3 columns combine as my primary key. So what does that mean? It means, now hear me out. It means if my order ID is 1, 2, 3, product ID is 1, and let's say quantity is maybe 1, 1, 1. Let it be, yeah, 1. So the combination of these 3 should be unique. So if you see, this is, I'll just take the second one. I'll take the third one. Now, if you see the combination of these three is unique, it is always giving me a unique value. Yeah, if I go with one more, let me give you one more example. Let's say the order ID is 124, product is 1, and the quantity is different. So the combination of these values should be unique. You see, the combination is unique. So that's what composite primary key does. It's same as that of the primary key, no difference. It's just that the primary key is made up of more than one column. Yeah, it is made up of more than one column. So here you can see I've got the enrollment table. I've got a primary key, and the primary key is a composite primary key. Why? Because here the primary key is made up of two columns. Now I want everyone to see my screen. So I'm inserting the data in it, 1, 101. So 1 and 101 together will make the primary key. It will very well work. Now again, see, 1 is repeated, but course ID is different. Yeah, so 1, 102, again it will work for me because the combination of 2 is unique. Always remember that the combination of is unique. Here also the combination is unique. See, if I run it, it will run. But let me do one thing. Let me again run insert, and let's say the product or the student ID is 2 and the course ID is also 101. You're getting? So the combination is no more unique. It has already been used. It has already been inserted in the table. So if I run this, it will throw error that it's a duplicate key because this combination is not unique anymore. Yeah, it's not unique anymore. So composite key is exactly same as that of the primary key. There is no difference. The only thing is composite key says that I am again a primary key, but I'm a combination of multiple columns. In order to be a primary key, I'm a combination of multiple columns. So I want you guys to run this code. The last insert statement will not run. Yeah, it will throw error. Let's see. I'm not sure if we have got the students table or not. So let me quickly drop the table, drop table, and then the name of the table. So the name of the table is student. Yeah, if it is there, yeah. So I think this table is not there. As you can see, it's giving error. So if you guys already have this table, please make sure that you drop it. So this is one of the way to drop it. Other way is that you can go over here and you can right click on the table and you can say drop table. So we are going to recreate in case we have created students table. There is S added to it. So now we are going to create the student table. So if you already have the student table, please go ahead and drop it. And once it is done, I want all of you to recreate the table and insert this data into the table. So we have got the table. Just give me a second. I think it did not get executed. Yes. So I've got this student table and I've got this much of data, almost 6 rows of data in the student table. So I'll wait for a minute for everyone to have their student table ready. So Pushkar schema you'll able to see over here. I think you got it right over here. Fine. Now I'm just opening another SQL file. So I've got this data also in front of me. The table structure, the data that I've inserted into the table. Yeah. So as this is something that we have ran so many times, so I say select star from student. So this will return all the columns and all the rows that we have got in the table. So you can see all the 5 columns. We have got 5 columns and we have got 6 rows of data. So this is returning everything. Now, if I want to, let's say, only return some selected columns, so what I can do is I can say, let's say, select name, comma, marks from student. So I can definitely do it. I can give the name of the columns that I want to be the part of my output. So if I run this, you can see now it is returning only 2 columns. So I want everyone to try this out. So I'm not going to provide you the code for the select statements. It's a short code. So you can quickly type it. Done. So let me again query this. I'm removing this one. Okay. Or let me do one thing. Let me also share the code with you now. Hoping that you have already typed it. You can just type 1 and 2 columns. And definitely I want you guys to play around with a lot of code, a lot of SQL queries after the class. Okay. So here you can see that I've got students from different cities. So let's say I want to know that what are the distinct cities that I've got. So I just want to know that I've got the enrollments from which all cities. So I can make use of distinct keyword, and then I can say I want distinct city, right? So this will give me all the distinct cities that I've got in my data. So I want everyone to try this out. Distinct. So see guys, when you're doing the select statement, you're simply reading the data. You're not manipulating the data. You're not making any changes to the data. You've got the table and you're simply reading the data. And while reading the data, you are applying some rules, you're applying some maths. As simple as that. So it's like you're filtering your data while reading the data. Fine. Now, as I told you that when you're reading the data, of course, you can read the data directly like this. Of course, you can do that. Yeah, we have done it also. But let's say while reading the data, now I do not have any, let me again, okay, I do not have any percentage column over here. But let's say that, fine, I've got the marks, but I also want to know the percentage of the students. Yep. So I am not going to make any changes to the original data. Rather, while reading the data, I'm going to apply some maths. So what I can do is over here, I can say maybe, okay, I'll just put like this and I'll say marks into 100. Well, you know how it is, because let's say the marks are from not, okay, let's say the marks are, okay, let it be out of 100. So this will return me, now I want everyone to see my screen, this will return me 3 columns. Now this column is not the part of the table, rather I'm creating this column in the select clause itself. In the select statement itself, I'm creating this column. So I'm not creating this column in the table. No. While reading the data itself, I want to see something. Yeah. So I'm just creating this column. So let me run this. So see, this column is there now over here as the output. So this column is there as an output, but originally this column is not added to the table. So this column is not the part of the table. While I'm reading the data from the table, I'm doing some maths. So you can try this out. Now, if you want, see, this is the name of the new column, and I'm literally not liking this name. So you can give an alias to your column. So I'll just give the alias percentage. Yeah, and I'm good. So how you can give the alias? Like this. You can give alias to the existing columns also. So I can say as, for example, over here, let's say as full name. So if I run this, see this. So the original name of the column is name, but while reading the data from the table, I've just given an alias to this column. So I can do it. But whatever I'm doing over here in the select statement is only for the output. It is not making any changes to the original or the underlying table. Yes, we can definitely do it to do 2 decimal point, Rajpal. So we have got a lot of functions. We are going to learn about those functions. So not right now, but yes, we have got a round function. So you can you can make it only for 2 decimal points. So we have got a lot of functions, and definitely we are going to cover all those functions. You can see. Yep. But it's not something that I would like to maybe talk about more right now. We'll go step by step. But I hope that you have got the answer. Yes, yes. It's all about the formula that you're giving over here. Danishkar. So Ganeshan, I think. Yeah. So this is all about the formula that you're giving over here. Now, till now, what is happening is it is returning all the rows. Yeah, it is returning all the 6 rows that we have. Now, what I want is I want to filter the data. Right now, we just learned about that how you can return all the columns, how you can return limited columns, how you can do little bit with the columns, how you can do little with maths, with little bit functioning on the columns. This we are going to cover more. But now what I want to do is I want to filter the data that is returned as a part of the output. I want to filter the data. So how I can filter the data? So I'm just making the changes to the same. Let me remove this also. Yep. So I repeat, right now it is showing me all the students, Let me also say, let's say city also. Yeah, all I've got 6 students. So it is showing me all the students. But I do not want all the students. Rather, let's say there's a requirement, and the requirement is I want to see data of only those students that are from city Pune. Yes, students that belongs to Pune city. So I can use where clause. Let me see if I've got anything on the PPT for the where clause. Yeah. So here you've got syntax till here, and then you use the where clause. So where, and then you give condition over here. Okay, you can give a Boolean condition over here, not necessary Boolean condition. You can give any condition for that matter. So basically, you can give any condition, but for any row. So anyways, we'll not talk about the condition right now. But yes, so this will help us to filter the rows, filter the rows. So we have to give the condition which actually gives a Boolean answer, but I'll talk about that later. Right now, let's first look into some of the example. So here, I want the students who belongs to the city Pune. So see, this will help me to filter the data that is returned by my query. So where clause is very important. Again, I'll give you one more example, then I'll give you time to practice it. So let's say I want all the students who have got distinction marks. So marks greater than equal to 75. So this will return me all those students with greater than equals to 75. I want everyone to try this out, both the queries. So in where clause, you can add different operators. For example, let's say I can add the operator where marks plus 10. Let's say, yeah, that doesn't make sense. But you can see over here, I'm just adding arithmetic operator that is plus. So I can say that where marks plus 10 is greater than 75%. So I can add the different operators. I can add the arithmetic operator. I can add the comparison operator. Comparison operator, I've already done it. Yeah, the previous query that we wrote. This is what? Comparison operator, where you're comparing. You have marks greater than equal to 75. So you're comparing the two values, right? That's what comparison. Less than, greater than equal to, less than equal to, equals to. So these are what? These are comparison operator. In the same way, I'll just give you some examples of the different operators. Then you can give it a try. In the same way, I can also have logical operators. So logical operators, let me maybe take this query. So I can say that I want all the students who belongs to city Pune. Yeah. And so here I'm adding a logical operator and marks greater than 75. So here and is what? And is a logical operator. We have got 3 logical operators. I hope that you guys know about it. I think I've already asked you and everybody told me that you know about the logical operators. So we have got 3 logical operators. I'll go slow. And, or, and the last one is not. So here it is going to return us the students who belongs to Pune as well as the marks are greater than 75. So this will return us Amit, only Amit. You can see. But if I put or, it means that it will return me the students who belongs to Pune. So it will return me, first of all, it will return me Amit and Priya. Also, it will return me all those students whose marks are greater than 75%. So whether they belong to Pune or not doesn't matter. So either like so here students who belongs to Pune also marks greater than 75%. So if I run this, you can see that I'm getting the students from Pune as well as students with marks greater than 75%. So this is what or. In the same way, we have got not also. Yeah. So let's say I'll give you the example for not as well. So let me add another query so that you guys have it. Like I'll just give it to you. So I'll say that, okay, I want all those students who do not belong to Pune city. So I'll just say where not city. So I want the students who are not from Pune. So here are the logical operators, all the 3 logical operators. Then we have got more operators, but I would like to take 2 minutes of halt over here. And I'm just sharing these queries with you all. So what you can say, Rajpal, see, a student will belong to either Pune or Mumbai, right? So you can say city equals to Pune or city equals to Mumbai. So here you can give another condition. City equals to Mumbai. So I'll take a halt for 2 minutes. You can just copy paste these queries. Yet do not write the query, play around with the query, and then we'll look into the more operators that we have got. And there's one more way, Rajpal. So I'm going to talk about that as well. You can use logical operators also. City equals to Pune or city equals to Mumbai. And there's one more way. We can use range operator. So I'm going to talk about that. That's the next thing. So I'll just wait for another 1 minute, everyone. Just give it a try. It's a very simple thing. It's just that you need practice. Yes. So we have got range and set operator. Very, very important operator. So as the name says that, let's say that you want to know, or you want to know about the students whose marks were in the range of 60 and 90. Yeah, between 60 and 90. So you can use the range operator. So I'll just delete this so that I get enough space. Yeah. So I'll say select so and so from student where, let me remove this, marks between. So I can use between, yeah, between, let's say 60 and 80. So this will return me all the students with the range of marks 60 and 80. So 60 is included, 80 is not included. So what I mean to say is, right now you can see that I've got 3 students, Neha, Priya and Anita, and these are the marks. So if I give 78, so 78 is also included. Let me give 70, 65 also. In Python, actually, the last range is not included. So that's always a case of confusion for me. So yeah, you can see that both the ranges are included, 65 as well as 78. So it will give you, if you have any range, you can use between operator. You can use between operator. Now, Rajpal had a question. What if I want to return the students who belongs to Pune as well as Mumbai? So what I can do is over here, let me put star, let it be. Yeah, let's say I got all the columns. From student where city, and I'm going to use in operator. Yeah, in operator. And here I can give multiple values. So let's say I'll give the value Pune, comma, I'll give the value Mumbai. So if I want, I can give more values. Let's say I want to give Delhi, etc. So these are what? These are the range operators or set operators. So this is a range operator and in is a set operator. It's a set operator. We have got pattern matching operators also. Pattern matching is like, see, sometimes it's not that we have the exact value. Let's say I do not have like city equals to Pune. Rather, I say all the cities that starts with P or all the cities that ends with E, something like that. So I've got some pattern to match. So I'll quickly write. So select star from student. Okay, let's match the pattern for name. Let's match the pattern from name. So let's say that I want all the students where the name like, so anything that starts with A. So here percentage means, hear me out, percentage means any number of characters and any characters. So this will show me all the students where the name starts from A. Yeah, name starts from A. So let's say I'll just maybe give it a twist. So I just want A letter, or let's say I just want T letter between their name. So I just want that the student with the letter T. So now if I run this, okay, again, we have just got, okay, let me say R. I'm not sure if we have got any students. Yeah. So I'm just saying that I'm okay with any characters, 0 or more than 1 character, more than 0 character on the left side. I'm okay with 0 or more than 0 character on the right side. I do not care about that. All I care about that the name should have R. So now it is returning me all the students having R in it. Let me try some more permutations and combinations. So guys, you also have to play like this. Okay, so I'll say that, okay, so I'll say that I want only one character. Yeah, only one. So here hyphen means only one character. It can be any character, but only one character. Percentage means any number of character. Hear me out. Percentage means any number of character and any character. But when I give hyphen, it means it can have only one character before R. You're getting? Before R, it can have only one character. So Priya, why? P is only one character before R. And then any number of character after PR. So this will return me, this is returning me Priya. So this is what? This is pattern matching. So I'm doing the pattern matching using the modulus, or you can say percentage, and using underscore, not hyphen, sorry, underscore. So I repeat, percentage simply means any number of characters and any character. This means one character, but any character. Yeah, I can also give something like this. Let's say, okay, I'll give A. Okay, anything before A and any two characters after A. Any two characters after A. I'm not sure if it will, so I don't have any such student. But if let's say I've got a student, I'm just giving any random name. Let's say I've got the student SITA RB. Yeah, suppose I've got a student like this. So this will return, this query will return this. So I've got two underscore. It means any two characters, but it has to be two in number, not more than that. Percentage is like any number. Yeah, one underscore means one character, one character, two underscore. So this one and this one. So that's how it is working. So am I clear with the pattern matching? It's a very simple one. Yeah, you're simply matching the pattern using percentage and underscore. Am I clear? I've just got one yes. Fine. So we'll look into more operators, then I'll give you time. So we have got the last operator, null operator. So let's say you simply want to return the rows where maybe the column is not null. So the column is not null. So I can simply say where name Yep. So I can say where name is not null. So this will return me all the rows where name is not null. Or I can say where the name is null. Let's say I want to see that if I've got any column with a no name. So I don't have any such column. So that's why it is not returning anything. So it's a very simple one here where the name is not null or name is null. You can check it for anything. Let's say city is null. Again, I've got the full data, so it will not return me anything. Not null. So all the rows where the city is not null. All the rows where the city is not null. Okay. So we are done with the operators in the where clause. I'll take a halt for 2 minutes. You can just copy paste and play around with it. Okay, so you can take more time, Siddharth. So I'm assuming that you guys are going to practice after the class also, but fine, I'll give you more time. So, Rajpal, see, where clause has nothing to do with the primary key. Let's say that your name is a primary key. So it doesn't matter, right? You are just going to filter with name. Name equals to something. So it doesn't matter like if it's a primary key or non-primary key, you're simply filtering your data. That's what you're doing. If you have got composite primary key, how does that matter? Where doesn't care about primary key or composite primary key. It says that you want to filter the data and filter the data for you. So let's say you have got name and marks as a composite primary key. Now let's say you want to filter with these two. So you can just say and marks equals to something. So you're getting, it has nothing to do with the primary key or composite primary key. You can use any column over here in order to filter the data. Done, everyone? Now we'll learn about one more clause, that is limit. As the name says, that this clause can be used to restrict the number of records or the number of rows returned by select query. It's a very simple one. Now let's say, and you're going to use it a lot. Yeah, when you start working, let's say you just want to see the structure of your data. Yeah, so instead, let's say your table is having 1,000 rows. So you do not want all the 1,000 rows. You do not want to see only all the 1,000 rows. Rather, you just want to see the top 20 rows in order to see the structure of the data. So I'll just delete this. So here what you can do is, or let me put back because maybe I'll show you some other thing as well. So I'll say limit 2. So if I run this query, this will just give me the 2 records. Yeah, it will give me the 2 records. So you can give any number over here. Row number. No, in MySQL, we cannot do that. I need to check. I've never used it in MySQL. So it's very simple. It will return the number of data. It will return the number of rows. Just try it out. And you can also add where clause in it. It's not that you cannot add where clause. So I can also say, let's say where marks greater than, let's say 75, and then I can limit my data. So I can also add where clause. So first it will filter the records with marks greater than 75, and then it will simply give us the top 2 records, the top 2 rows. Done? Anyone who has not understood what limit is? A very simple clause that you're going to use a lot in order to understand the data. Okay. Now we are going to learn about the next clause, that is order by. I think this is going to be the last clause for today. So as the name says, just give me a second. As the name says, that order by, so you're ordering something. So it is to sort the result. Yeah, now you're looking into the result with select query. You're basically querying the data that your table is holding. So while maybe when you're seeing the result, you want the result to be sorted. Yeah, you want the result to be sorted via some column. So sorting can be definitely ascending or descending. Okay, I'll just say right till here. So fine. So here I'll do the sorting of the data. So you can see over here, this is returning me all the students. Now I want to see all the students, but I want to sort my students as per their marks. So what I can do is I can say order by marks. Yeah. So order by marks. Let me execute both the queries. Yep. So you can see this is the result of first query and this is the result of second query. Let me highlight it. Result of first query and the result of second query. Fine. So over here, if you see, there is no sorting. Yeah, Amit got 75, Neha got 72, Rahul got 90. So the data is not sorted. But for the second query, the data is sorted. Order by marks. So you can see that Suresh has got minimum marks. Priya has got from what do we call that? From the lower, she's second minimum. And yes, so on and so forth, Rahul has got the maximum marks. So it is sorting the data by marks. But by default, it is sorting in the ascending order. And if you want to sort it in a descending order, all you have to do is you have to explicitly give DESC. So it means that I'm going to sort the data in the descending order. Now, Rahul is being seen first because Rahul has got the maximum marks. So descending means highest to lowest. Yeah, it starts with the highest and it moves to the lowest. Ascending means from the lowest to highest. So you can also sort in the descending order, but then you have to explicitly give. I'll give you more examples and then I'll give you time. Let me do one thing. Let me give you time right away. So you can just try this code and we'll see what all we can do with sorting. Yes, Siddesh, by default, it is a set. So, Siddharth, I'm going to cover a project in the last class. And mostly we are going to have an extra class. So instead of 7, we are going to have 8 class mostly. And I'm going to cover the project in the last class. Done, everyone? So you can also sort the data on 2 columns. Right now, the data is sorted only on marks, right? So let's say I also want to sort the data on 2 columns. I also want to sort the data on marks. So marks, I want to be the first column. And let's say I want to sort the data on city as well. So see, I'm sorting the data. Okay, I'll just do one thing. I'll make it city first because that will make more sense. So I'm not giving any order over here. So city will be sorted in ascending order. Yeah, alphabetically it will be sorted in ascending order. So first the data will be sorted in city, and then in that city, like in Pune, let's say I've got 3 students. So first the data will be sorted as per the city. Then it will move one step forward, and inside the city the data will be sorted. Inside each city the data will be sorted as per the marks. So let me show you the result. Yep. Now you can see, I want everyone to see my screen and be attentive. It's a very simple thing. Now you can see that the data is sorted as per the city in ascending order. Chennai, Delhi, Mumbai, Mumbai, Pune. Yep. Now the second question comes that, okay, we have got 2 students for Pune and 2 students for Mumbai. So let's talk about Mumbai. Yeah, we have got 2 students for Mumbai. So whom should I show first? Anita or Neha? Yep, so we have got a second level of sorting. So that is marks descending. It means in Mumbai, the students with the maximum marks will be shown first. So Anita is shown first because Anita has secured more marks than Neha, and then Neha is shown. So this is how it is going to display. So you got that? Here we are doing the sorting, 2-level sorting. The first sorting is on the city. By default, it is doing ascending because we have not given anything. You can always give something over here. Now, once the data is sorted via city, so if I talk about Mumbai, I'm repeating the same thing. If I talk about Mumbai, the question is that we have got 2 rows. So which will be the first row and which will be the second row? So it will go to the next level of sorting. That is marks descending. So it will check for the maximum marks. Anita has got more than Neha. So that's why we are seeing Anita first and then Neha. So in this way, you can do the sorting on multiple columns, more than one column also. Am I clear? Now, if you want, let's say you can also make city descending. So that is also very much possible. So it will show you Pune first now. Yeah, Pune, Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai. And then inside Pune, who has secured more marks? That will be shown first. So if you do it vice versa, that will not make sense. So first, it will sort via marks. Yeah, and then you're sorting via city. So that will not make sense. So first it is sorting via marks. You're getting, and then it is sorting via city. So it doesn't make sense. So it should be logical also. If you're doing something, maybe syntactically it is right, but that doesn't logically it doesn't make sense to us as well as to SQL. So I want everyone to try this out. Try the sorting via multiple columns. It's an easy one, right? Done. You can add more clauses over here. You can add limit also. Let's say after sorting, I just want to see 3 records. So you can have multiple clauses. So it's not that one SQL query will have only one clause. It can have the combination of multiple clauses.
And with that, we have come to the end of this course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.